On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Missouri beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home.
Welcome to the Council and Committee meeting for July 2nd, 2019. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask that you ensure your phones are on silenced mode. And Bill Jackson is the cameraman for today. We have ceremonial activities. We will now invite Deputy Mayor Martin and Chris Garwood from the Tourist and Economic Development Department to come forward to announce the recipients of this year's Students Startup Program. These are students that will be running their own business in Norfolk County this summer, and we would welcome your support for these young student businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will now present the recipients for the international program. That are called in names that will come forward to receive the package and the honor. Hannah Two. And the company is Clothing Green. She's an artisan maker of stationery products, and she's from Lakewood, Illinois. Sarah's Jewelry, designer and maker of jewelry for women of all ages. Sarah is from Lakewood Elementary as well. Daphne Hill, and she is Flying Ideal, artist and maker of cards, prints, and embroidery items. She's from Valley Heights Secondary School. Next is a partnership between Daniel and Cameron Anki, and this is a partnership between the brother and sister. They're going to be between local campfire wood close to the Deer Creek Conservation Area. They're from Sacred Heart Shuttle. Well, they will understand. Alex Miller Suki, and Urban is Dabon, a producer of bathing products, which is Lakewood Elementary. Ethan Muir, he is Sir Muir Photography. Eyes of the lens photographer, Sir Muir, is from Walsh Public School. Madeline and M&M Jewelry, maker of glow in the dark and regular jewelry for Rowan Public School. Emily Moe, her company is Planetary, which releases stress from all ages by making and selling slime. Finally, we have David Peters from David's Car Cleaning. Master car designer from David's Car Cleaning, and he's from Horton Public School. Thank you very much. Those are our recipients.
There are a few proposed changes in today's agenda. Item 5B, Staff Report HSS 1936, Norfolk Inn Redevelopment Request for county support. To be removed is 7B, deputation, David Oliver, Dog's Nest Community Signs. Revisions, item 1, 9B, staff report ECS 1923, proposed closure and sale of part of Gowrie Street between Lot 1 and 10, Plan 288, Woodhouse, to be heard immediately following 7G, deputation Brad Deporter, road allowance purchase application. 2, revision of draft Simcoe BIA bylaw within the definition of chair. It should read Simcoe. Item 3, 12 should read general announcements. Are there any other proposed changes to the agenda? And if there are, can I have a mover and seconder to bring it all forward? Okay, sorry. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda? Can I have a mover and seconder to the, no? Sorry? Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to pull consent item A for discussion later.
Okay, we can do that. All those in favor, the mover and the seconder to do that? I have Martin and Rabbit. All those in favor? That is carried. Closure of pecuniary interest. Are there any? Councillor Columbus.
Chairman, guys, since I told that I probably have a conflict of interest here, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest to the above noted item for the following reasons. That is item 6A, closed session about family member is employed in the Hullabin Norfolk Health and Social Services Division.
Okay.
That's my declaration, thanks.
We don't need to have a motion to that, do we? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, moving on. Presentations. We now have two presentations to hear. James Johnson. Okay, sorry. I forgot that one. Thank you very much. The staff report HS 1934, Norfolk Lodge Continuous Quality Improvement and Indicator Reports, fourth quarter 2018 and fourth quarter 2018 and first quarter 2019. I need someone to pass. Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Taylor, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay. That one goes. We have two presentations to hear. James Johnson, will you please provide your presentation respecting staff report FS 1921 development charges followed up report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have Peter Simcisco here with us. Hopefully I didn't hurt his last name too much with that pronunciation. He is here to do a presentation which basically summarizes the discussions we had at our last council meeting related to development charges. We had some issues that we took back from that meeting, some of them related to the development charges related to marinas, as well as tiny homes and other social housing aspects of the related to development charges. And Peter's also going to give us a small update on Bill 108, which has been in the news lately, and because there is some changes expected down the road related to development charges. So having said that, I will turn the mic over to Peter, and he can get started on the slide deck. Thank you.
Thank you, James, and good afternoon, everyone. So as you may recall from the last time we spoke together, the county's development charges bylaw is set to expire on January 1st, 2020. And in order for municipalities to continue imposing development charges, they must undertake a development charges background study, as well as undertake a public consultation process as part of that study prior to council considering a new development charges bylaw for passage. This slide that's in front of you now provides a summary of the process that we followed. And as Council may recall, our last point of engagement was on April 23rd, which was the public meeting in respect of the proposed development charges, which summarized the background study, the development charges that were calculated, and received public input on the matter. Today is a follow-up on that public meeting. There were a number of items that were raised by Council at that meeting that we wanted to follow up on and provide Council with further information about prior to Council considering a new development charges bylaw later in August of this year. So firstly, before we get to addressing the items that were raised at that public meeting, I would like to provide Council with an update on Bill 108, which recently received royal assent. And this bill makes a number of changes to numerous statutes, including the Development Charges Act. So the bill received royal assent on May 2nd of this year. There are a number of changes, as I mentioned, that proposes with respect to the Development Charges Act that will impact development charges on a go-forward basis. Firstly, in terms of the eligible services, so currently under the Development Charges Act, municipalities can impose development charges to pay for the growth-related costs of expanding these services for a wide variety of service areas, except for a small list of ineligible services as specified in the Development Charges Act. Those ineligible services include hospitals, parkland acquisition, tourism facilities, cultural and entertainment facilities, landfill sites, incineration of waste, and the general administration of municipalities. What is being proposed by these changes to the Development Charges Act is that what will remain under the purview of the Development Charges Act will only be a limited list of services, which we would call or commonly refer to as hard services, that being roads and the related public works infrastructure, water, wastewater, stormwater, fire, policing, transit, waste diversion, and ambulance. And all of the other services, such as parks and recreation, library, or in the case of Norfolk, marinas, for example, would be removed from the jurisdiction of the Development Charges Act, and what is being proposed is a new authority called the Community Benefits Charge under the authority of the Planning Act. So we don't yet have exact regulations that will specify or form the framework for how these new charges will look, but it is noteworthy that these soft services will be removed from the Development Charges Act in the future. What is also noteworthy in that regard is that while right now development charges are generally imposed based on development type, so for example based on a charge for a single detached home or an apartment, or based on square meters constructed of gross floor area of non-residential developments, what this new Community Benefits Charge authority is proposing is that these charges for soft services will be imposed as a percentage of the land value. And so that does impose some, or open up some questions potentially for what that will look like. The province does have the ability to impose a cap on what that percentage will be. So obviously there are some fairly significant differences in land values across municipalities, but even within a municipality there can be large differences in land values. So what that will look like, or what those caps will look like, remains to be seen through regulations that we're expecting the province to release over their near term. A couple of other significant changes are with respect to the calculation or the timing of calculation of development charges and when those development charges become payable. So currently, most typically, development charges are calculated at the time of the building permit application and become payable before that building permit is issued. And in fact, municipalities have the ability to withhold issuance of the building permit until those development charges are paid in full. And what's being proposed now is that for developments that proceed through either a zoning bylaw amendment application or a site plan application, those development charges would become calculated at the time of that planning application. So it would be frozen in time at the rates that are in effect at the time of the planning application, and then wouldn't become payable until that building permit is issued. But perhaps more importantly, for a number of different types of developments, including rental housing and basically all types of non-residential development, the calculated charges will then be payable over 6 equal installments, annual installments that is, for all those types of developments. And for non-profit housing, that installment period will be 21 equal annual payments. So what that will do, presumably, is create some cash flow issues for municipalities because these charges will become calculated at the time of the zoning application, for example, but don't become payable until the building permit issuance and then are repaid over a period of 6 or up to 21 years. It is expected that municipalities will have the ability to charge interest over that installment period, and it doesn't appear that the province is planning to impose a maximum on the interest to be charged. So it appears, at least right now, that municipalities will have discretion over what that interest to be charged over that installment period will be. Bill 108 comprises numerous schedules, with Schedule 3 pertaining to the changes mentioned with respect to the Development Charges Act. Each schedule can be enacted independently, and there are various sections of the proposal that take effect as of the date of royal assent, so effect immediately, but the vast majority of the bill doesn't actually take into effect until proclamation. So we are waiting for regulations to be finalized that will really provide that structure and more clarity as to what this will all look like. But as it stands right now, and as our understanding is that we are going to proceed with the bylaw as it is currently in front of you and as it was proposed or presented at the public meeting, including the soft services within the development charges bylaw. And then based on the draft regulations that we have seen that the province is planning to consult with the industry on over the coming months, we are expecting that the province will give municipalities over the course of next year to transition into this community benefits charge. So as of right now, the municipality does have the ability to impose this development charges bylaw for all services. And again, it is something that we will need to revisit in 2020. And it's expected that all municipalities will be required to transition to this new community benefits mechanism by January 1st, 2021. So that's an update on the proposed bill. In terms of the follow-up items from the public meeting, I think there were 4 major areas that were raised at that public meeting by council. So we've summarized and separated the presentation into those areas. There were a number of questions surrounding development charge exemptions, or from the exemption from payment of development charges for different types of development, including questions around industrial development, affordable housing, and within that, these tiny homes, as well as the exemption currently in effect within the central business district. There was also the question around when we looked at the comparison of the calculated non-residential charges with respect to other area municipalities, why those non-residential charges tended to be at the higher end of that spectrum of charges witnessed in other municipalities, so we will speak a little bit about that. There were a number of comments made and questions asked about the potential to remove marinas from the development charge, so we will talk a little bit about that. And then finally, a phase-in provision to allow for a transition period from the current charges to the fully calculated rates. So in terms of exemptions, the Development Charges Act allows municipalities to provide exemptions from the payment of development charges on a number of different determinations. And that can either be based on the type of use. So something commonly witnessed is an exemption from development charges for the payment of churches, for example, or farm buildings. It can also be based on geographic area, so within the central business district, for example, or within a CIP area, for example, council has the discretion to exempt either fully or partially the payment of development charges. It can be based on the development type, so exempting, for example, industrial development or other types of development from the payment of these charges. And it can also pertain to a service exemption, so exempting a type of development from the payment of only certain aspects of the development charge. The Act is very specific in identifying that any exemption that's provided and the revenue loss arising from that exemption cannot be made up for by higher development charges on other types of development. So it becomes a revenue loss to the municipality that then needs to be funded from non-development charge sources, so either from the tax base or through various user fees. So with that background and context, there are a number of non-statutory exemptions, so these are at the full discretion of council that were provided in the county's current development charges bylaw. All of these have been proposed to continue within the proposed development charges bylaw, and so with respect to industrial development, the current bylaw provides for a full exemption from the payment of development charges for industrial development. This is a exemption that's fairly commonly witnessed in municipalities across Ontario to incentivize this type of development. But again, it is noted that As mentioned earlier, because the county does not have the ability to recover those revenue losses resulting from that exemption from increasing the charges on other types of development, it is a direct revenue loss that would need to be funded from other non-development charge sources. So for example, if the calculated charge hypothetically for industrial developments was $70 per square meter of development, if council continues with the exemption, then every square meter of industrial building space that's constructed results in a revenue loss of $70 per square meter of that building. And that's the revenue loss that would then need to be made up from other sources. And so in aggregate, when we look at the amount of industrial development that's projected to occur within the county over the next 10 years, as an annual average, that amount of revenue loss would be approximately $112,000 annually that would need to be funded from other sources. There was the question of various affordable housing exemptions or incentives for these types of developments that were raised at the public meeting. So I would like to point out that the county's bylaw does provide for an exemption for affordable housing which receives funding from the county under the social housing program. And that's as long as that development charge obligation doesn't qualify for funding from senior levels of government. So there is a current exemption that's in effect under the current bylaw. It is an exemption that we propose to be continued under the proposed development charges bylaw. But there were also some questions around potentially other incentives or what other municipalities are doing in this regard. And so certainly based on a market survey that we did, various municipalities do provide different types of exemptions, either full or partial, for these affordable housing developments. Each municipality tends to define what that affordable housing development actually is slightly differently. It does typically pertain to more so to rental housing, because it's a little bit easier to control, I think, what is considered to be affordable versus market rental rates. But there are some examples of municipalities that also provide these partial exemptions for the purchase of affordable homes. So, for example, Prince Edward County provides exemptions for single detached homes that are deemed to be sold or that are purchased for at least 25% less than the going market rate in the county in the prior year. So there are some examples of these types of exemptions as well, and I believe the city of Belleville has a similar exemption as well. So there are some options with respect to affordable housing. Again, I think we would be proposing to continue with what's provided under the county's current bylaw. Some of the changes that are being proposed by Bill 108, which I mentioned a short while ago, are to impose mandatory exemptions for secondary residential units. Those are both secondary residential units within existing dwelling units, as well as secondary units that are constructed as ancillary structures on existing residential lots. So until we have a little bit more clarity around what that's going to look like and what exactly that's going to provide, which we're expecting to know more about by the time 2020 rolls around, we would be proposing to remain with the current exemption as is provided. The other question that was raised with respect to affordable housing, or close related thereto, was the question of tiny homes and whether there's a way or a mechanism to incentivize or to provide a bit of a break from development charges for these types of developments. So under the definitions within the current development charges bylaw, a tiny home would be eligible to pay the same development charge as any single detached home. And so what the county does have the ability to do is to provide a partial exemption from the payment to impose a charge that will be equivalent to a smaller apartment rate, for example. So I'll show you what the monetary impact of that would look like, but it would be an approximately 58% reduction in the development charge versus what would currently be payable under the definitions within the bylaw. So as mentioned earlier, one of the other ways to determine an exemption is by a service exemption, so exempting only certain portions of the development charge from being payable. And so when we last met, the question was, right now the county provides a full exemption for developments within the central business district as defined in the county's official plan. And the question that was posed was whether the county has the ability to only provide a partial exemption, so to modify that where the developments within the central business district would still be liable to pay a development charge for all service, or only for water and wastewater portions of the development charge. So they would still be exempt from the libraries portion and the fire protection and so on, but would still be paying the water and wastewater portion of that charge. So that certainly is an option that council has available to them, and it is something that we would be seeking further direction on so that we can prepare the final bylaw for presentation later in August as to what the preference there would be, whether to stick with the current full exemption for those types of developments or whether to reduce the amount of that exemption to only be for the non-water and wastewater services in that regard. There are, so that was the exemptions that we wanted to address. Then the next question was with respect to the non-residential development charges, and you'll see the small graphic on the bottom right of the slide. We looked at in larger print last time, showing where the calculated charges land with respect to these comparator municipalities that are in the surrounding area or otherwise comparable. And so while directly comparing these charges is very difficult, I think there are some observations that I can provide that maybe will shed some light on why the charges here are different than in some of those other municipalities. And so firstly, it's about service inclusion. So municipalities have the discretion as to what services to include in the calculation of the charge. So some municipalities may not charge for water or wastewater or may not have a library portion in the development charge calculation. So how many services are included in the charge and the calculation directly affect what the calculated charge ultimately is. So the more services there are, typically would result in a higher charge. But as well, what we need to look at is how much of a service is needing to be expanded as a result of development in a community. So even for two communities that both charge a development charge for water services, one might have a lot of pre-existing capacity in a treatment plant and therefore not require the expansion of a treatment plant to accommodate future development. Whereas another municipality might be at capacity today and any future development would require the expansion of treatment capacity in that regard. So two municipalities that both charge a water rate, for example, or a water development charge, could have vastly different development charges depending on how much of that service actually needs to be expanded to accommodate future development. The other important factor is how costs are allocated between the residential and non-residential sector. There are some generally accepted practices for how those costs are allocated, typically based on a relationship of population to employment growth in a municipality for most services. For some other services such as library or parks and recreation, where the primary users of those services are within the residential sector, it's more of a nominal allocation of say 5% of those costs make their way into the non-residential development charge calculation. I think historically Norfolk County has opted to allocate 0% of those softer costs like parks and recreation, for example, or marinas into the non-residential development charges, so those are recovered fully from the residential sector. And then depending on what that cost allocation is, then we also need to look at how much there is in terms of population growth relative to employment growth. And so that relative share of how many more employees there are going to be versus how much more population there's going to be generated dictates how big that charge is on a per unit basis. And then very importantly as well is the type of non-residential development that's projected to occur in a municipality. So some municipalities tend to have a lot of non-residential development with very low employment density. What that means is there are very few employees per unit of building area in some types of developments, such as greenhouse developments, for example, tend to have a lot of gross floor area associated with them, not a lot of employment. So when we allocate the costs based on a per employee basis, but then divide them by a greater gross floor area, it produces a lower charge per square meter, for example. So that has a direct impact and varies greatly from municipality to municipality. And then finally, a big factor as well is the timing of the anticipated growth. So under the Development Charges Act, municipalities have the ability to include financing costs to recognize that there might be a difference between when these service expansions might need to be in place and the cost may need to be outlaid versus when that development charge revenue is anticipated to occur. So with municipalities that have a more back-ended development forecast, so where that non-residential development isn't projected to occur until later on in the forecast period, there would be some interim financing costs that would need to be reflected and would therefore have a tendency to increase that calculated charge. So again, many factors that are at play here with respect to these calculated development charges, and hopefully that provides a little bit of perspective of why those charges are hard to compare and why they may differ from other municipalities that we would have looked at last time. So the third item that we wanted to follow up on was the question of marina services. Marinas were a service that were introduced into the county's development charges bylaw at the time of the last review, so that's going back to 2014. Prior to that, there were no development charges for marinas within Norfolk. There were a number of expansionary projects that were identified in the development charges study that would be required to accommodate that future residential growth in the municipality. You see a few examples of that on the slide here, such as the additional dockage and launching area in Port Dover, washroom expansion in Port Rowan, as well as a marina expansion in Port Dover. So those were some specific expansion projects that have been identified that these development charges have been being collected towards when those come due. I would also like to note that those are in line with the historical level of service that has been provided. So one of the tests under the Development Charges Act, when we come up with these capital needs, is to look at what has that historical level of service been to make sure that we're not asking future growth to pay for an increase in the level of service. So certainly these expansionary needs that have been identified are fully in line with that historical level of service that has been provided in the county. So council does have the discretion to remove marinas from the development charges study. There would be a revenue loss of approximately $544,000 over the next 10 years as a result of removing that service from the development charges study, and would then be funds that would need to be raised through other means to facilitate those expansions. But it is again something that council has full discretion over whether to keep that service in the development charges study. If we get direction to remove marinas as a service in the development charges study, we would need to issue an addendum report just removing that service and justifying a revised development charges bylaw with that service removed. So then to compare or to show you the effect of removing marina services on the development charge rates, if we just wait for this next slide to load. There is a difference of approximately $412 for a single detached dwelling. That's a reduction of the charge that will result as a result of removing marina services from the development charge. So looking at the schedule in front of you, the full rate for a single detached dwelling in the urban serviced area is $16,794 as calculated currently with the removal of marinas. If marinas were kept in the calculation of the development charge, that rate would be $17,206. So that's about a 2.4% difference in the calculated charge for a single detached dwelling in the urban area as a result of removing marinas. And then I would also like to go back for a second to the discussion about the tiny homes. So the partial exemption that's being proposed for consideration of council, as mentioned earlier, currently a tiny home would be liable to pay the full development charge for a single detached home. So under this schedule of charges in front of you, that's $16,794. With that partial exemption whereby these tiny homes would be charged the small apartment rate, that charge that would be payable would be just over $7,000. So that's effectively a $9,700 reduction in the charge, or about a 58% reduction relative to what they would currently be charged. So that is a decision that council has available to incentivize that type of development. But it is also noted that that effective exemption of $9,700 is again a revenue shortfall that would need to then be made up for from other non-development charge sources. And so then on this next slide, we're looking at a comparison of the current development charges relative to the calculated development charges with the marina services removed for comparison purposes. So we see that the current charge for a single detached home in the urban serviced area is just over $14,000, and that would go up to $16,794, or an increase of just under 15% relative to those current charges in the urban serviced area. And again, if marina services were kept in that calculation, that would increase it by about $412. So that overall change from the current rates for a single detached home would be about an 18% increase relative to that charge. And then the last item that we wanted to follow up on was the potential to provide a transition to these fully calculated rates. So council does have that ability. there is again, a revenue loss that potentially results from not going to the fully calculated rates immediately, but by providing a effectively partial exemption for a period of time to allow the development industry to adjust, and given that some contracts may already be in place for this construction period. So what we're proposing is for the new bylaw to become effective October 1st, but as a potential option, only 50% of the increase in development charge to take effect on October 1st, with then the fully calculated charge becoming effective January 1st, 2020, to again allow that time for development and contracts to adjust. So that would then, the first step would only be a 7.5% increase relative to the current charge, or $1,090 becoming effective October 1st, and another $1,090 step increase as of January 1st, which again would be about a 7% increase at that point in time. So to just smooth that out a little bit versus a 14 or 18% increase right away. So I think that addresses most of the things that we wanted to follow up on. Certainly happy to take any questions or comments from council. In terms of the next steps, we will be preparing an addendum report to explain the changes to the proposed bylaw that are being considered. And then that will be made publicly available, and council will be notified when that becomes public. And then council consideration of the new development charges bylaw is expected later in August of this year.
James Johnson, I guess you have something you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also have a report before you, and just a quick conversation with the Deputy Clerk. We think it would be good for us to have the report as part of a discussion, and then have Peter still at the podium to answer any questions. And basically, the report reiterates a lot of what Peter said. And the recommendations, just to reword it a different way, we're looking for status quo as far as our social housing, because there is an exemption in the existing bylaw. But with Bill 108 coming around the corner, we didn't want to do any changes now until we have more information. And we're going to have to relook at this bylaw in 2020 anyways. The other item is the removal of the marina services. That's what staff is recommending after the feedback from the last meeting. Also the 50% phase-in, October to January. And then the partial exemption for tiny homes as well. That's part of staff's recommendation. Having said that, if there's any questions, I'm sure Peter would like to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sir.
My first question is with respect to the removal of the industrial, and it talks about in the report, and it was mentioned here by the gentleman, Peter, $112,000. Does that mean that that will be coming immediately on the levy in 2020 when we're talking budget, January, February? Will that $112,000 be sitting there against the levy?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yes, that's correct. That would be provided through council deliberations as a council-approved initiative if you were to accept that today.
Okay. Second question, the community benefits charge, I guess it is. We're looking at marinas and parks and other things, I guess that's something new. Do we know what the formula is for that type of charge against particular average residents? Do we know what that will be at this time?
So I think I can answer that. So no, we do not know as of yet. There has been an indication that municipalities will be required to develop a community benefits charge strategy, but what is going to be required as part of that is not yet known.
Do you know when the Ontario government will let us know?
So they've started to release draft regulations around the bill. There are some that are out there now, and I think we're expecting consultation to happen over the summer months. And then with the final regulations being in place sometime in the fall. That's the expectation.
Thank you, Peter.
Next, Martin, Rabbit. Further? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, about 4. When we talked about industrial exemption, one thing that I wanted to draw attention to, this council has been talking about selling off a lot of industrial land for cannabis purposes. And we've had, inflated numbers or fluctuating staff numbers for that industry. So it's been happening regularly with this council. A lot of the competitors for cannabis are located on agricultural lands. And so when we're looking at exempting industrial and then putting a particular industry like that on industrial, it would be my preference to not charge industrial development charges unless it is a cannabis facility on that ground. Is that something that is of this council's ability to just stipulate further?
Yes, so certainly that is something a number of municipalities have been considering. Sometimes the cannabis operations fall under agricultural uses, which are frequently exempt, but there is a desire by municipalities to have that exemption except for the cannabis operations. So certainly it's done via the definitions in the bylaw. Is something that is doable, yes.
Thank you. My next question, if I may, Mr. Chair, around tiny homes. On page 35 of our report, I really wanted to just drill down on a couple things because tiny home, I listened to tuned into a webinar last week, and I think Ms. Dusling has commented on this, that they're called garden suites, and there are many different names for tiny homes, but this council has been talking about garden suites in a different context, and I really feel as though they could be very similar, the way that we have been discussing them and also the way that tiny homes are evolving in municipalities. And so later in this report, we're going to talk about tiny homes in depth, but I was wondering if should this be something that is a flat rate for all tiny homes? Is that how we should look at a development charge when we're discussing tiny homes and garden suites, and keeping both of those equitable with development charges as we go forward? And one of the things that you said was at 58%. And in our recommendation here, it just says the word partial. Should we clean that up, and should we drill down to a percentage that we would be looking to add a development charge fee to tiny homes and garden suites, or do you have any guidance on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll take a stab at this, and then Peter, you could chime in if you like. So when it comes to the tiny homes, there would be a definition of what that is in the bylaw. So I believe we'll have some square footage and so on and so forth. So that way it's across the board. If you meet those metrics, then they would qualify for the exemption. And the exemption is we're proposing I think it's called a bachelor apartment rate, and so. Whether it's 58% or partial exemption, it's the same thing, and it would be defined that way in the bylaw. And as far as the garden suites, Bill 108 will be coming out with some more information on that. So I wouldn't recommend any sort of definitions in our bylaw right now, and wait for this new legislation to come out, which we'll have to readdress the bylaw in 2020 anyways. So at that time would be a good time to address the garden suites, or the second dwellings, if you will. And I'm not sure if you have anything to add to that, Peter.
I think that summarizes well, unless there's any follow-up.
Okay, two more quick ones, Mr. Chair. You spoke about zoning applications and paying later and charges and interest over the installment period for development charges. And then it had me thinking particularly about the community that I represent. We have a moratorium on development there due to water. So I just want to make sure I'm kind of understanding and then throw a vague question at you. So there appears to be development charges always kind of trickling in due to the installment or the interest, I guess, will come later. But when various development charges are being paid out because they're applying for permits at different times and whatnot, what can the county expect with putting in a moratorium on an entire community as it relates to development charges? Is there something that we should be thinking about while we're sitting down and discussing this, full well knowing that we won't have a considerable amount of permits and whatnot rolling in from an entire community?
So is the question, what is the effect of a moratorium on development onto the development charge revenues that would be collected?
Yes, I guess what can we expect? And is there something we're not discussing right now, giving consideration to a current moratorium happening in the community? And so, what kind of brace for impact should this council be discussing with our development charges as we have a moratorium on our largest growing community in the county.
I think a moratorium from a development charge perspective strictly just delays the collection of those development charge revenues. So to the extent that there are expansionary needs in the community that those development charges would otherwise pay for, it delays your collection of those monies. And so potentially poses some cash flow implications if certain infrastructure needs to be in place now to service that growth later.
Okay, thank you. My very last question is pertaining to affordable housing. And at the bottom of page 36, Mr. Johnson, it discusses, as we've talked about, Bill 108, making no changes. What about including an option in the motion or the recommendation that allows for council to exempt on a case-by-case basis? Would there be any harm in that? We know we're waiting on additional information, but you also said that is an exemption in the current bylaw, and I wondered if you could also just refresh my memory on what that sounds like as of right now.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. So the current exemption is if there's a project that involves funding, and if the project involves funding from the county, then we exempt the development charges. If we were to put a recommendation in there to discuss these on a case-by-case basis, I'm just wondering about the logistics of bringing a report to council prior to the building permit issuance. There might be some logistics there, but I'm sure we could work those out. The other thing I'm concerned about is consistency. With any development charge bylaw, one of the things we're looking for is to treat everybody on a consistent, equitable manner. However, there's always gray areas. So if that's, I'm not sure from a legal point of view, from the DC Act, if that's something we can do, and Peter can talk on that. If we do decide to do that today, we'd need a motion, and it just reminds me, if you regarding the industrial and the cannabis part of that industry, we would need a motion on that tonight as well if we were to charge development charges for those.
I guess James was posing a question to you about the Act itself, the Development Charges Act, and if council decided to add an exemption on a case-by-case for affordable housing, what that looked like from the Act perspective.
So I think generally these on a case-by-case basis exemptions are avoided. I think there are some bonusing provisions under the Municipal Act that would potentially contravene. Generally, municipalities can retain that ability through a grant program, for example. So the development charge mechanism would remain as is. The development charges would be assessed at the time of building permit issuance and would be payable at that time, but then the municipality retains the ability to, through grant programs, return that money back. So it wouldn't be done through the development charges mechanism typically.
Hoffman, Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair, through you, to the presentation. What would be a reason that a municipality would have a lesser amount of development charges on tiny homes?
So it could be, generally it would be a policy decision to, if there was the desire to incentivize or to, again, in light of affordable housing questions, to provide a break from the charges on that type of development. So it's, I think in terms of the servicing demand that's created by those types of developments, they're not well understood. When we look at a single detached home, we can look at how many average occupants are in a single detached home. Therefore, we can determine the amount of service demand that's placed on municipal infrastructure as a result of that single detached home. With a tiny home, they're not yet well understood, and because the definitions for what they actually are differ from municipality to municipality. So again, at this point, it's more of a policy decision to incentivize or to give them a break from these charges.
So that's exactly how I see it. So I would see it as an investment in your community in terms of affordable housing and looking at that. And I do want to state that I do feel that there is a clear difference in a definition of a tiny home and a garden suite, to my knowledge. Garden suite is something that's on a another property in addition to a full-time residence, correct? And then a tiny home would be something that would be on another piece of land? Or it
I'm
could
not
be
personally
several?
familiar exactly
No?
with the
Okay.
definition of a garden suite, but.
Okay. And one other question. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand it correctly. In terms of looking at the case-by-case basis when we're looking at affordable housing, it would be a stronger recommendation to have some type of policy across the board and then, like you said, possibly grants or something if we're looking at that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Martin, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to provide clarification to Councillor Huffman, I just learned that, I guess, garden suite is terminology that the planning world would use for tiny homes, but I would agree with you. The way we've been discussing them is completely different, so maybe Pam can elaborate on that, but that's terminology that they are using.
Through you, the chair, if I can answer. Yes, a garden suite in our OP and zoning, we refer to on a temporary basis. They're for a period of 20 years to a maximum, and we've clearly defined that. Tiny homes can be an accessory suite as well. They can be a number of different options for tiny homes. So as James has outlined, we'd need to clarify that in the definition.
Further? Councillor Rabbit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I had a few questions. I think I'll start by directing them towards James Johnson. I just wanted to confirm with the industrial properties exemption that the figure that we're looking at, that's an annual levy or budget impact. This is something that we're currently doing. It's not proposing a change. Would I be correct in that? We just didn't see it separated in our last budget discussions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Rabbit. That's a very good question because we have not included that in our budget in previous years. We did employ Watson Associates last year after the budget process was done, and we found out then that this was something that Norfolk County has been not doing in the past. Some municipalities don't, and they just absorb it. However, we felt that given the new development charges bylaw that we're proposing, to be clear and transparent, we should include that as a budget item for 2020.
Understood. Thank you for that. So we can expect that on the 2020 budget to be displayed. I imagine it was shown in budget to actuals or a budget adjustment, but it just wasn't flushed out, or where would we have found that information? Where do you believe it was collected?
So for the through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, for the 2020 budget, I'm just sort of looking at Kathy over there, we'll probably, if it's accepted tonight, we will separate it out as what we call a council-approved initiative. And during the budget deliberations, we tend to go through those with a fine-tooth comb, as well as the new budget initiatives, to let council know the changes in service levels that we're proposing.
Thank you for that. And so I assume also the marina charges, should it pass this evening, would follow the same lines. My difficulty is when we do get to the tiny homes, it's a variable number. It depends on how many homes are sold, and it's a lot harder for you to give me a fixed cost or even forecast that. What I would be interested in is if an addendum were to come forward, maybe you could show council what it would have looked like in 2018 had what is being proposed this evening been adopted in a previous year, what the levy impact or what the cost approximately would be. That way we could have, a rough indicator as to just how much of a variance that we are discussing. I know that year over year it's going to change depending on the amount of development taking place, but at least to give us a comparator, because without that we're flying a little blind in terms of what that variance could be on the 2020 budget. But that's the only information that I'd be seeking. Is that something you believe you'd be able to obtain in a calculation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Rabbits. Currently, financial services staff are working with building staff to come up with that number for 2018 as well. In order to for 2019, we're going to come up with that number. 2018 is done. And in order to figure out what entry we need to do at the end of 19. And then the 2020 budget amount, of course, it's an estimate. And the more years we have with actuals versus budgets, then the better we are to prepare future budgets.
One further question, Mr. Chair, if I may, through you. So I understand that many of this is going to become effective October 1st or half, with full rates becoming effective January 1st of 2020. Are we expecting any levy impacts in this fiscal year, or is these costs totally going to be borne under the 2020 budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Rabbits, are you speaking of the revenue generated or the costs we'll have to set aside for the exempt properties?
The costs.
So, okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Rabbits. So the 2019 calculation, we did not do a budget for it, so it would be a variance for this year.
Further? If not, I need a mover and a seconder, and it's on page 38. I don't know whether you want that or you want something different, or do we, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be willing to move the recommendation as printed. Additionally, I would like to add and further that industrial charges be exempted with the exception of cannabis facilities on industrial lands.
Okay. Seconder? Councillor Van Passen? You're putting it in? Can you read it all while you got it? Go ahead. Van Passen.
Through the chair, the motion is as follows, that staff report FS 1921 respecting development charges background study additional information be received as information, and that council approves the removal of marina services from the development charges background study and proposed development charges, and further that council approves phasing in 50% of the development charges increase effective October 1st, 2019, with full rates becoming effective as of January 1st, 2020, and further that council approves providing a partial exemption for tiny homes with rates payable equal to the bachelor apartment rate, and further that the industrial charges be exempted with the exception of cannabis facilities on industrial land, and further that Watson and Associates Economists Limited prepare a development charges background study addendum and proposed bylaw to include all revisions as approved by council, and that no further public meeting is required.
Councillor Columbus.
Just to clarify then, with respect to Councillor Martin's addition there, what we're saying is that if a cannabis grow operation is on industrial land, they are charged development charges, but if they're on agricultural land, there's no development charges. Is that right?
Go ahead, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first part is correct, that we would be charging, all industrial lands are exempt from development charges. However, if you are a cannabis facility on industrial lands, you will be charged development charges. Your competitors on agricultural land are charged development charges as is. It would be evening out the playing field should you open a cannabis operation on industrial lands. If you are not cannabis facility, then you do on industrial lands, then you do not pay the development charges.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Hoffman.
Okay, so thank you, Chairman. So further clarification, this is in regards to what was discussed last week then with the not considering cannabis industrial? Is that where that's coming from?
Through the chair, if I can assist, we still have a definition for cannabis, so that wouldn't matter.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? It's passed. Moving on to Heidi Van Dyke Ellis. Will you please provide your presentation staff report, HSS 1936 Norfolk Inn redevelopment request for county support. Oh, I have two of them, sorry. Go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Chair and Council, for the opportunity to provide additional options and information as requested by Council on the request from Indwell for municipal support for the redevelopment of the Norfolk Inn. Staff have added Health and Social Services Report 1936 and the presentation on Council's blotter for your reference this afternoon. There we go. As council and staff have been working through our strategic priorities, we have been asked to think big and outside the box. This project is an example of an innovative and creative idea that was generated from an inquiry several years ago and today has great potential. The success of this project is reliant on several county departments, the partnership with Indwell, community partners, and all levels of government. Today, the ask is for municipal support to move the project forward. Over the past couple of weeks, staff and Indwell have been working together and have found funding sources to offset the municipal contribution for the next several years. Staff are confident that we can continue to identify funding sources to minimize or eliminate the municipal contribution over the next 20 years. As requested from Council, the report before you provides additional information with options and clarifications on the investment and return on investment of the Norfolk Inn redevelopment. This investment is a unique and rare opportunity that offers many benefits and return on investment. This is an investment in downtown Simcoe with many opportunities for economical development. The investment also improves social determinants of health by providing supportive housing with wraparound services. The investment further supports systems including, but not limited to, EMS calls, OPP calls, hospital, and other community partners. We are very fortunate to have a partner in Indwell who not only offers a niche in the housing sector of supportive housing, but comes with experience and proven success both in Simcoe and in several other municipalities, including Hamilton, Woodstock, Mississauga, and London. So the total overall project is a $28.5 million investment in downtown Simcoe. Imagine the potential. I just thought I'd break this pie chart up for you. So the $8.5 million is a capital investment in downtown Simcoe. The $20 million is an operating cost over 20 years, which you can see from the pie has been broken down into $15 million from Indwell and $5 million in municipal contributions over the next 20 years. However, as of today, since last council meeting, staff have been able to reduce the $5 million to below $3 million with funding opportunities. Staff will continue to aggressively pursue funding options with the goal to have zero levy impact over the course of the next 20 years. Today, Indwell requires the municipal commitment to invest over $23.5 million into Norfolk County. The commitment is needed now, before the fall, to enable Indwell to submit an application to the National Co-Investment Funding to secure the infusion of capital funding into Norfolk County. The commitment ensures that there is not a missed opportunity for leveraging substantive federal capital funding into Norfolk County. I'm going to ask Pam to come forward now and speak to downtown revitalization and the economic impacts.
So the Norfolk Inn has been a rich part of our history in Norfolk County and specifically in the downtown of Simcoe. The original Norfolk Hotel was actually built sometime around the 1800s, and the original hotel was destroyed by fire in 1863. The Norfolk Hotel was a popular place for entertainment and a center for culture and arts during its golden era. There was actually an opera house in the south end of the building where they regularly held performances between 1865 and 1909, and then a second fire destroyed the hotel again in 1909. Many of us in this room, as well as the community, have been entertained and spent much time at the Norfolk Inn over the years. The Norfolk Inn is part of our history, it's part of our community, and it's also a very important part of our future. But this building has fallen into devastation over the years. You've seen the pictures and you've heard the stats. The Norfolk Inn is currently costing the taxpayers of Norfolk County money. Fire has spent approximately $4,500 on only 8 inspections conducted between 2006 and 2013 with various infractions. There's been one fire in recent years costing the taxpayers approximately $11,000. EMS conducts on average 31 calls a year, and that's one every 10 days at the Norfolk Inn. This is notably the higher than any other private residential facility in all of Norfolk County. Each call costs the taxpayers $350. Therefore, EMS costs the county an average of $10,850 per year. OPP responds to 40 to 130 calls on average per year at the Norfolk Inn, mostly police assists, including assaults, unwanted persons, domestics, drugs, theft, mental health, and disturbing the peace calls. The Norfolk Inn houses our most vulnerable population in Norfolk County, and the residents of our population that are not privileged, that have challenges, some mental, some addictive, and some are just down on their luck. But they too are part of Norfolk County. And it's not just Simcoe and Norfolk County who have residents that cannot afford homes. Our new provincial legislation that you've heard much about, Bill 108, introduces planning tools to encourage more homes for everyone. And there are more choices than ever before for affordable housing in Ontario. This proposal by Indwell offers the possibility of a ripple effect in Norfolk County, providing our most vulnerable residents with services which in time could assist them in finding their own private affordable housing in apartments, secondary units, or maybe even tiny homes. The cycle could continue to change the landscape of the downtown Simcoe. The current state of the Norfolk Inn also has a crippling effect in the downtown. As council and staff, we often hear residents talk about the unsafe feeling and drug use of our downtown. And because of its stigma, it's next to impossible to attract new businesses to our downtown or even keep the ones that are there. As staff and council, we spend time on vacant storefront tours, downtown revitalization, win the space, festivals, food trucks, secondary plans, anything we can do to help our downtown. But what this council wants is bright, new, innovative ideas. So let's develop the biggest eyesore in Norfolk County together. As a municipality, we can assist by one-time financial approaches, including a maximum of $20,000 on CIP grants towards things like facade improvement and AOD accessibility. A grant for approximately $78,000 in building permit fees, but these are just the tip of the iceberg to financially assist with this redevelopment. The Norfolk Inn has the potential to act as a catalyst for downtown rejuvenation. As part of the Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sports Tourism Regional Economic Development Impact Model, the annual total spin-off benefits of redeveloping the Norfolk Inn would be $260,000 a year. Conservative assumptions include 40 employees working at the Norfolk Inn year-round during construction and other, $10 a day spending per employee on things like food and beverage, or $5 a week spending per employee on recreation and entertainment, or $15 weekly spending per employee on retail, including things like clothing. This does not take into consideration the positive ripple effect that is estimated on the neighboring property values and opportunities for other downtown merchants to follow suit in wanting to fix up storefronts and rejuvenate the downtown. The possibilities are endless when we work together as one team and spark a fire of change and innovation.
As Pam mentioned, the ripple effect on other systems is significant and can't be ignored. This is a community project with broad return on investment. Although we are unable to quantify, the above table demonstrates the systems and community partners that will be positively impacted. Pam has already spoken to some of the numbers on fire, OPP, and EMS, so I'm going to touch a little bit from a healthcare perspective. If there are 31 EMS calls, we know that it will equal a minimum of 31 emergency department visits, not to mention those that arrive there without EMS services. These could be avoided or diverted to more appropriate services. From my past experience in home care and the hospital sectors, I can share with you that the hospitals invest significant resources to provide acute care service and is challenged across the province to maintain appropriate patients in the hospital. Across the province, great efforts and resources are utilized for emergency room diversion and emptying beds or reducing ALC, known as alternate levels of care. Services to support patients are not adequate in the community, and patients not requiring acute care have nowhere to go and in essence become bed blockers for those acute care beds. So, although not necessarily a direct cost savings to the emergency department and the hospital, this supportive housing does offer community partners options that supports the right patient in the right bed. Other services may be available to residents needing support services, including home care and professional and support services, which are intermittent and can be costly. As a simple illustration, if you have a professional staff, let's say a nurse and/or a social worker and a PSW, a couple of times a week visiting one of these residents, the cost would be over, and this is underestimated, at $750 per month per resident or patient. Although home care services are a valuable resource in our community and they're deeply needed, they are intermittent, not always integrated, and not always the most appropriate, and can be very costly, as stated. These proposed 32 supportive units could provide another option for hospitals and home care staff to transition and maintain residents in the community where they belong. Additionally, access to mental health and addiction services are limited in Norfolk County, including access to psychiatry. Let's remember that those served in these supportive housing units are some of the most vulnerable, with disabilities, mental health, addictions, and quite often just plain bad luck. I spoke with Dr. Nessathure, our medical officer of health, and this is just a quote from him, which states, "Supportive housing by design improves access to mental health and nursing services. This positively impacts the health status of disabled people. Supportive housing initiatives also benefits the families of the residents as well as the broader community."
So I'm just going to take you through the numbers for a few moments. One of the pieces of information that Council asked for was comparative information between our existing social housing and the ask from Indwell for this supportive housing community. So I'd like to draw Council's attention to the chart on page 4 of your staff report. In this chart, I have listed all of the social housing providers in Norfolk County who are owned by private nonprofits, so they are not owned by the county, and who receive an operating subsidy from the municipality on an annual basis. The amount of the subsidy that is located in the chart represents the municipal levy dollars that each of the existing social housing providers receives. You will see that of the 7 providers in Norfolk County, there are 4 of them who in 2019 received an annual operating subsidy from the municipality in an amount that is larger than what is Indwell is asking for. These subsidies are legislated under the Housing Services Act. The province gives us a calculation, we do the calculation, and then the municipal subsidy is included in the social housing division budget. We cannot reduce the amount of the subsidy that is calculated, and we cannot divert any of these funds from these housing buildings to the Norfolk Inn or any other project, just to be clear. I also wanted to take a moment to just go over the difference between legacy social housing and supportive affordable housing. The legacy social housing buildings are the buildings that originally had been the responsibility of the province, and that responsibility was transferred from the province to the municipality in 2001. We have 11 social housing providers in Haldimand and Norfolk counties, the municipally owned Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation, plus 10 private nonprofit housing providers, 7 of which are located in Norfolk and are listed on page 4 of your report. The rent in social housing buildings is based on the tenant's income and fluctuates based on the income, so that the tenant is not paying any more than an average of 30% of their income on rent. Affordable housing is the housing that we have been building in Haldimand and Norfolk counties with federal and provincial funding that has been available since 2006. And we anticipate that this funding will continue to be available because affordable housing is a primary issue for all levels of government. In affordable housing, the rent is set at a rate that is equivalent to 80% of the average market rent. And then when we have supportive housing, we have the affordability, plus we have the wraparound supports. And that's what we're talking about with Indwell. So when we look at social housing and the cost per unit per year, or the amount of the municipal subsidy, that subsidy is paying for the operation of the bricks and mortar building and the subsidy to the tenant's rent only. There are no supports included. The subsidy that Indwell is requesting will pay for the operation, the bricks and mortar building, and the wraparound supports that are key to tenant success. Another piece of information that Council had asked for was a comparator, some comparative information with other municipalities. So what are other municipalities doing to invest in affordable housing development? Our closest comparator is Oxford County. Indwell has been partnering with them on an affordable housing, supportive housing building called the Harvey Woods Lofts, and there are a total of 80 units being built over 2 phases. Indwell did receive some federal and provincial funding through the Investment in Affordable Housing program, but there is also a municipal contribution agreement that is just over $300,000 a year for 20 years. And it was noted last week by Graham Cubitt, and I think it's important to note again that Oxford County has been successful in funding that contribution through sources other than the municipal tax levy. Other communities that are investing making a municipal contribution to affordable housing development include Chatham-Kent, Windsor, Peterborough, Hamilton, York Region, and Ottawa, just to name a few. So we just want to go through the numbers and show Council where we are suggesting some possible ways to reduce that overall ask of $5 million. $5 million is what is required in order to ensure the long-term project viability and sustainability of the Norfolk Inn redevelopment. And we understand that Council has expressed concern over that amount. Over the past 2 weeks, staff in Indwell have sharpened our pencils, as sharp as we can possibly get them, and we have been successful in coming up with a list of suggested reductions for you to consider to get that total amount down to just under $3 million. This is what we know today, and it's the starting point. We will continue to seek out and access federal and provincial affordable housing funding that has been available to Haldeman and Norfolk since 2006. We do have funds that we know are going to be coming into this community for the next 3 years, and we anticipate that affordable housing funding will continue to be available from higher levels of government. So you can see in the chart that's on your screen that the list of suggestions, the community improvement program in the amount of $20,000 as a one-time, the waiver of permit fees in the amount of $78,000 a one-time, the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative, or the OFI funding, we are suggesting $250,000 for 2020. And then this is the funding that we know we have funding for 3 years, and we anticipate will continue after that. Other suggestions for Council's consideration, if needed, are a potential funding from the Council Initiative Reserve, and to continue the Norfolk County Hospital grant after it finishes in the year 2025. But redirect those funds, or part of those funds, to the Norfolk Inn. The property tax increment grant is a one-time grant of, the Treasurer has estimated $150,000 that would come into play once the building is redeveloped. And then we have talked about a shared staffing model that would save $40,000 a year over 20 years. That's the total of $800,000 in savings. This is not an exhaustive list due to the ever-changing grant opportunities. It's, as I said, it's based on what we know today, and you have our commitment to continue to keep looking. Additionally, we know that council was concerned about investing funds into a building that the county does not own. Indwell has come forward during our discussions and suggested, and we agree that there would be a legally binding contribution agreement that would be registered on the title of the property of the Norfolk Inn in order to protect the county's investment. That would include measures to either have first right to purchase the property if it were ever to go up for sale, or to recover county funding in the event that the property went up for sale and the county did not want to purchase it. So this slide just shows a visual comparator of the municipal contributions between our existing social housing and what Indwell is asking for. So we took the average nonprofit social housing contribution or subsidy, which is $595.88 per unit per month. And that is the average of all of those 7 providers that are on page 4 of your report. That funding, as I said, pays for the bricks and mortar operations and the subsidies for the tenants. Above, you can see that in the Indwell proposal for supportive housing, the ask is $651 per unit per month. And the graphic on the right shows you all the supports that we get for that. So on-site staff, nursing care for the tenants, housing support workers, addiction support workers, mental health support workers, amenities on site, common areas for the tenants, and all of the additional economic benefits that have been mentioned before. So the recommendations that are included in your report today on page 7 have been updated to include the legal agreement, contribution agreement, to be registered on the title of the property to protect the county investment in the event that the property is sold. And the annual operating grant in the amount of an upset limit of $250,000 per year has been included in order to protect the long-term sustainability and viability of the project. But as council can see from the information that is before you, in the past 2 weeks, we have been able to get that total amount down considerably, and we will continue towards getting it down even further.
Thank you, Heidi. I'm just going to provide a summary on the entire corporation has been behind this from a staff perspective. Ever since you've sent us back to the drawing boards, we've worked with Indwell. You can see that we're trying to reduce the exposure and the municipal contributions as much as possible, protecting your investment if something were to happen in the way of a sale. But what we really see is how the staff have worked with Indwell on a really creative approach that starts to set us apart from our competitors in other municipalities. It's a proven partner. It's not a leap of faith. Indwell has proven that they've been able to provide the type of supports that gives these people a chance to stabilize their lives and towards independent living, and it's quite unique and proven. So again, you'll see reductions in emergency services staff calls, and you know the part of the municipal contribution is almost like underwriting to help them and leverage other funding, both federally and provincially. It's mandatory that they see the municipal buy-in and their skin in the game. But again, we're all going to try very hard together to reduce that risk over time. Timing is of the essence. Unfortunately, that they're looking at some funding from other levels of government early in the fall. So our last meeting being ratified of council's July 9th. But again, the corporation supports this from a staff perspective and strongly recommend that council go forward. And the team is here available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair Geisens. Through you to Heidi. Would you just explain a little bit further the chart that's on page 2 and 3? To me, that looks like that for at least 6 years, there will not be a levy impact for this initiative.
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Taylor, I'd like to ask the Treasurer, Mr. Johnson, to answer that question.
Thank you, Heidi. Through the chair to Councillor Taylor. So that chart, I put that in the report, and what I wanted to demonstrate to council is that the funding sources are constantly changing, and there's other sources of funding to have a net zero effect on the municipal contribution from a funding point of view. So I wanted to demonstrate that we have things in place for the next 3 to 5 years where it's quite a good possibility that there won't be a net levy impact over that period of time. But I also didn't want to have it written in stone because, you know, it all depends on this is the information we knew as of today. Information is always changing, as Heidi mentioned, especially with the levels of government interested in social housing.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'd just like to also point out to my fellow councillors here that in Oxford County, with the $330,000 commitment, they have not had a levy impact historically, and they would also be facing the same constantly changing environment in which we all work in here. So I just really like to hammer home that this has not had a levy impact in Oxford, and I'd like to hope that can continue here with this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at this chart with respect to the Indwell redevelopment project. There's a chart in here on system impacts which were relayed to us at the podium about the OPP calls 40 to 130 and EMS 31 calls. So these calls were with respect to the former inhabitants of the Norfolk Inn, right? So they will still be out in the community. So is Indwell looking to take all those people that live there into this new development? Are they going to take every one of those people that were living there as inhabitants and going here? Or will the OPP and the EMS calls still be there except distributed across Norfolk County?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus. All of the previous tenants at the Norfolk Inn, through the efforts of Indwell and their staff, and in partnership with staff in the Social Services and Housing Department, have been successful in finding new housing, and have also, the people who were living there, who with staff support identified that they would benefit from having support in their lives and were willing to accept that support, have been connected to supports, either in the community or some of them chose to move to one of Indwell's other housing communities in the city of Hamilton. So we cannot say that those calls will still exist elsewhere in the community, nor can I say that not one of the previous tenants at the Norfolk Inn will have an accident or will come down with an illness or need some sort of emergency assistance, just like we can't predict that for any of us.
Thank you. Second question. Does Haldimand Norfolk, or does it come off the waiting list, these new inhabitants? Would they be coming off the Haldimand Norfolk waiting list, the 300 people that are waiting for a unit?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Columbus. Yes, we will have an active partnership with Indwell to take people off the wait list who would be eligible for housing in the Norfolk Inn. So if they are someone who would benefit from having that kind of intensive support in their lives, and they are willing to accept that support, then yes, we do expect, not only anticipate, but we expect that there will be tenants at the Norfolk Inn who are coming off our wait list for social housing, just as there have been at Hambleton Hall.
Thank you, Chairman Geisens. Through you to Heidi. So I just wanted to clarify for some of my colleagues who may not have some of the experience that I've have the pleasure of obtaining over the last 30 years. Supported housing is not affordable housing, correct? They're two different terms.
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Huffman, supportive housing and social housing are two separate things. Supportive housing can be affordable housing,
Correct.
but I don't want to make it more confusing.
Right.
Social housing and affordable housing are two separate things. Affordable housing can also be supportive housing. And the Norfolk Inn is going to be a housing community that is both affordable and supportive.
Supportive. So supported would be, not supported. So if I just was looking for affordable housing, I'm going to look for an apartment that meets my paycheck requirements. But if I was requiring supported housing, that is going to involve a wraparound process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience, in all of your years with health and social services and your knowledge base, are there too many other formats other than wraparound that meet the needs of individuals in a community better?
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Huffman, based on the research that we did for our homeless enumeration, and the consultant from Org Code was to present.
What the heck?
That's okay. The consultant from Org Code was here previously to present that report. We know from research and evidence that a housing first model of supportive housing is the best practice for providing housing to people who are vulnerable, who have complex needs. That means that we provide them with the housing opportunity that they can afford first, and then we wrap the services around them that are tailored to their individual needs within the dignity and the privacy and the respect of their home.
Thank you. And I just want to say that in terms of dignity, that is a very big piece of all of this, is that we're looking at providing support for our most vulnerable citizens. Typically, would it be fair to say that the individuals who are requiring these services are individuals who would struggle at advocating for themselves and would require the support of their community to provide that advocacy on their behalf?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Huffman, I think that that is an accurate statement. We are talking about developing a housing opportunity, a supportive housing opportunity for people who are living in our community, who are struggling every day to be included and to contribute to the community in a positive way. And through affordable supportive housing, we have the opportunity to turn that around for them and to turn that around for our community.
And just one more, Chairman Geisens, and so a fair assumption, again, would be that a social determinant of health is obviously, we think of some of the ones that we may have, but when you're looking at housing, should be a right for every citizen in our community, and also a sense of community. If we don't have a sense of community, no matter whether we have housing, no matter whether we have a job, it's very difficult to feel engaged and be a contributing member to your community.
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Huffman, I would say that that is a completely accurate statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is a question or a comment, but I know we raised several concerns about this proposal during last week's council meeting, and two of them that were the standouts in my mind were, one is that this was a very long-term commitment, and I think one of my council colleagues expressed that same concern that this would be a 20-year commitment. It might not be fair to saddle previous councils with what potentially could be an error. So that was one thing. The other was, and another one of my council colleagues brought this up as well, which was big on my mind, is that after a 20-year commitment, the county basically has no equity stake and nothing to really show for this. And I happen to notice, and I think what I want to do is commend staff for addressing those needs and some of the other concerns that we have had in such a very specific manner. The community or contribution agreement that is incorporated in this resolution, I think addresses probably both of those concerns that I had as well. And I just want to commend staff for the hard work, obviously, that you have done when you take council's questions and concerns and come right back and address them so perfectly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions that I would just like some clarification on. Firstly, Councillor Taylor spoke about Oxford and not needing to use the levy dollars. I see here in this package here, Oxford County has been able to fund through sources other than municipal taxes. Is that entirely, or there has been contributions made, however, it's still affected their levy dollars? Is that accurate?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Martin, since the contribution agreement with Oxford County and Indwell has been written, we have had different iterations of the federal and provincial affordable housing. So the investment in affordable housing strategy, the extension, the social infrastructure fund. So those funds have been available to be able to access to fund the contribution. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I clarified because I misunderstood. That's great. My second question is with the OP funding. Am I pronouncing that correctly? You have it in a chart here, and sorry, forgive me. You mentioned that the $250,000 would cover 2020, and then Heidi, you also said that that funding is available for 3 years. Is it 2020 plus 2 years, or 2020 plus an additional 3 years that we can expect that funding to be available?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Martin. To help me answer this question, I'll direct Council to page 5 of the staff report. And it lists there the 3 years that we have been told of our OFI funding. So we have a confirmed allocation for the 1920 fiscal year, which ends March 31st, 2020, of $732,700, and there is a report coming to council recommending $250,000 out of that allocation towards the Norfolk Inn to pay for the first year, as well as other contributions to other housing providers. And then you see there the planning application for 2020-2021, and then 2021-2022. And both of those planning allocations are higher than $250,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, one more time. So it would be, so this funding that is confirmed, we would take it and we would fulfill a commitment to Indwell, and then we would take the remainder and put it into other housing commitments. Is that the same for 2020, 2021, as well as 2021 through 2022, or are we able to take the funding and pour it all into Indwell? And although I know they're looking for a long-term commitment, are we able to throw more money towards their initiative and potentially not be paying for the full 20 years? Or is it more important to have the sustainability of the 20 years and make that minimum contribution of $250 to them?
Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Martin, certainly that could be an option that Council could consider. Each year that we have the OFI funding, one of the recommendations that you will see in the staff report is that this information will be brought to Council every year as part of the annual budget process. So during that budget process, if Council were to decide to increase the annual contribution beyond the 250 because we have federal and provincial funds available, that certainly is a choice that Council could make, and then we would adjust future years' payments accordingly. But the total upset limit of the overall contribution would be no greater than $5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question that we talked a bit about before the meeting, Heidi, but it seems that the type of clientele that Indwell targets for this facility are sort of in need of the most help from different organizations, different nurses, psychiatrists, the whole works. What is their sort of success rate on moving them from that most needy category off to, the next level where they don't need as much support, where they'd be moving out of this facility into something a little less expensive, let's put it that way, and, or is it just 32 people are going to move in there and they're going to stay there for life? Like, can you enlighten me, please?
So, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Van Passen, I am going to do my very best to answer that question based on discussions that I've had with my colleagues Graham and Leah from Indwell, but they will either nod their head yes or shake their head no if I'm not going in the right direction. I am aware that they have a housing community in Hamilton that is similar to what is being proposed at the Norfolk Inn, and they have a partnership with one of the hospitals in Hamilton, and there are tenants that are discharged from the hospital and move directly in to their housing community, and they are provided the types of intensive wraparound supports that are being proposed. And from a previous conversation with them, it's my understanding that there have only been a handful of people who have needed to have a hospital readmission after having been a tenant of the housing community, which shows that their lives have stabilized considerably from the time before they were living in their own apartment with appropriate supports. So I think that is a really important indicator of success. Our shared goal, Indwell's goal and our goal, our shared goal, is that people are able to have their lives stabilized, get connected or reconnected to their natural supports in the community, so their family and friends, and then professional supports in the community in whatever area of their life they require that support. And then they are able to move into more independent living. Indwell is a very involved landlord. They are connecting with people on a daily basis. And so the tenants that live with them are saying that they are okay with that. And so I think once people are well and they are stabilized, they're naturally going to want to be on their own where their landlord, quite frankly, is not up in their business all the time in a positive way. And so while it is permanent housing, and there may be some people who forever need that level of intense support, the goal for most of the tenants, if not all of the tenants, is to achieve independence. So it would not be a case of 32 people moving in and living there forever.
Thank you, Chair Geisens. I heard across the table that the 250 that was being asked for as a minimum, I'd just like to clarify that the 250 is a maximum a year they're asking for. I know it's just a misstep there, but want to make sure that that's communicated properly out there.
Anything further? If not, there is a recommendation that staff report HSS 19-36 Norfolk Inn redevelopment request for Norfolk County support be received as information, and that council approve the one-time contribution to the redevelopment of the Norfolk Inn as outlined in the staff report, and that council approve an annual operating grant to the Norfolk Inn redevelopment with a maximum limit of $250,000 per year for a period of 20 years, commencing in 2020, and staff be directed to actively seek out federal and provincial funding sources for this grant each year in order to minimize the amount of the grant to be funded as a municipal contribution, and that this information be provided to council each year as part of the presentation of the Social Service and Housing Department budget, and further that Norfolk County enter into a contribution agreement with Indwell to be registered on title of the Norfolk Inn to protect the county investment in the event the property is sold. Yes? Move. Taylor? Seconder? Rabbit? All those in favor? Go ahead, you had a question?
For discussion, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm still of the opinion that I will not be supporting this request. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks since this has made the news, I've had several people comment to me about the fact that they are struggling to pay their taxes at the end of the year. These are seniors who have paid taxes in this county for decades, and they're having difficulties making ends meet. And here we are, we would be subsidizing a chosen few to several $1,000s per year for up to 20 years. And my conscience cannot let me spend this kind of money on this particular project. Thank you.
Councilor Hoffman?
Thank you, Chair Geisens. Respectfully, in regards to my colleagues' comments, taking money from one does not, it doesn't justify it. It's not an equitable argument. Not funding the most vulnerable citizens in our community, Councillor Columbus, are not going to assist the other individuals who may be struggling to pay some taxes at the end of the year. This is a whole different model, and basically everything we just heard is that this will essentially cost no money on our levy. There may be the odd time where there's some impact, but overall, this will not be an impact on our levy. And I just wanted to go back to my comments earlier, is that the individuals that we would be choosing to support, these are our most vulnerable citizens. These are not the citizens who are going to be emailing you and calling you and texting you. These are the ones who need this council to step up and show the change that we offered all of our citizens of Norfolk County. And it is time that we invested in the core of our largest urban center in Norfolk County. And it's time that a statement is made and we move forward with this. And I trust that we have all of our staff on our senior leadership team who have been asked to put together a comprehensive report. We have support from Health and Social Services, Finance, Planning and Development, the support of our CAO. These individuals are experts in what they do, and I know that I need to trust that they have provided us with the best possible information to move forward and make the right decision.
Councilor Taylor?
Thank you, Chair Geisens. I've heard several people around this table at one point or another make a comment along the lines of a dollar saved is a dollar earned. We have to remember that with this project, there's an estimated savings across the county of $14 million over 20 years for a $5 million investment that, if we look at the example of Oxford, will likely not have a levy impact on us. The levy impact is a maximum of $250,000. However, Much of that every year will be covered from federal and provincial grants, as we can see with historics going back to 2006, as Heidi has told us. You've got to just think of something as simple as the 31 emergency room visits that required an ambulance for someone to get there, how much that cost the county, let alone all of the other savings that were lined for us in this report. We're looking at a multi-million-dollar investment in the downtown core of Simcoe. And I have to reiterate what Councillor Huffman said. These members are some of the most vulnerable members of our community, and it's about time that this council steps up for them.
Thank you. Councillor Michele and Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have to agree with Councillors Taylor and Huffman regarding, I think many of the financial concerns have been addressed here. Nothing in life is totally guaranteed, especially when you're talking about a 20-year project. But aside from that, this is one of those examples where I just place a tremendous amount of faith in our staff and the recommendations that they have made and all the hard work that they have put in to trying to address every single one of the previous concerns that we have had. So I would have to say that I really would like to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Councillor Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I second this motion. I am in support as it is written. I believe earlier in our deliberations, we were asked to make an incremental leap of faith. And I think this is doing just that thing. We will have an opportunity to revisit our contributions year over year. And honestly, worst case scenario, we could find ourselves in a very similar discourse where we could be looking at the sale of the property, the failure of the project, at a worst case scenario with the maximum levy contribution of $250,000 year over year. I have some faith in that next time we are discussing this budget item, that it won't be that maximum contribution. And if we arrive at the same place where we are discussing costs, other grant opportunities, that may be a discussion for another day. It may be another discussion for another council. But from what we can do, I believe that this is going to get the ball rolling in a positive direction for our downtown between the facade improvement, serving our most vulnerable citizens in Norfolk County, and doubling down our investment for change and revitalization in the downtown core. And so I'm asking my fellow councillors to take that incremental leap of faith, and let's see what we can accomplish in our term of office by supporting this project.
Okay. Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the amount of work that staff went to in a very short amount of time to give this council the information that we asked for. And like the chart on page 4 of 8 of the report, I know I did all that math at budget time on all the social housing private operators we have and how much of a subsidy it already is, and I hope the public realizes how much money we already spend on existing facilities that we use that are run by private operators. And we got a lot of information dumped on us today. I'd like the week to absorb it a little bit better, but I will support moving this recommendation to council next week. And hopefully by that time we will have all had our sort of second thoughts during the week, and but I will reserve the right to change my mind next week. So, but as a recommendation to go to council, I will be supporting it today. So.
Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank staff for going way above the norm, above and beyond anything I've seen in many, many years of being a councillor to make this happen. To Councillor Huffman, I appreciate your passion for this project, but you had mentioned that it's not going to cost anything on the levy. Then really, the recommendation should say that it's not going to cost anything on the levy. It doesn't say that. Thank you.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder for the, what would you, sorry, we have? Taylor. Oh yeah, Taylor and Rabbit. All those in favor? That is carried. We are getting close to 5 o'clock, and we have a number of people here that and deputations, and we're hoping that we can bring this on, and then we'll go back to our closed session after that. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, we'll have a quick break then for 10 minutes. Is that okay? Okay. We'll do it after.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more.
Hello, getting back. We're getting into deputations. We have 6 deputations to be heard today. A reminder to the deputations, our amendment procedural bylaw allows each deputation to speak for 5 minutes. I will advise when there is 1 minute left. Councillor Michele, you're putting something on the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you have just mentioned, last week, Council amended a bylaw to limit deputations to 5 minutes in length. But I have been made aware that today we have several deputations that may require more than 5 minutes, simply because when they were filling out their deputation form, they were using the previous form that council had used, which indicated they would have 10 minutes maximum. So I have a motion that I hope will be able to address all of the deputations here today, whether or not they intended to have a 5 or a 10-minute deputation, and it reads as follows. That notwithstanding Section 7.9 of Norfolk County's procedural bylaw as amended by Council, Council grant an additional 5 minutes per deputation on July the 2nd, 2019, if required. And I will need a seconder, Mr. Chair.
Who's the mover? Sorry? He's moving it? I thought he said, okay. Seconder? Martin? All those in favor? Okay. I invite Stephanie Wilson, ECO, Environmental Concerned Organization, to the podium to speak to her deputation respecting trees. Thank you. You want to push the button? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Geisens and Council. Today, I would like to address Council on behalf of ECO, a group of citizens who are concerned about the environment in Norfolk County. We would like to propose a bylaw restricting the cutting and removal of trees, especially on environmentally sensitive areas in Norfolk County. Recently, there has been tree removal within Norfolk County on a scale that makes myself and many others very uncomfortable. Upon speaking with other residents, I've had reports that large areas of trees have been removed from an area with no thought to animal habitat, neighbors, the environment, or the law. These people have said to me, oh, well, it's done now, there's nothing we can do about it now. Well, I disagree with that, and it's my goal today to encourage Council to stop not doing anything about it. As mentioned in the notes that were sent to Council prior to this meeting, trees are very important for people's health and quality of life, economy of the community and its residents, tourism, and in my opinion, most importantly, the environment. Norfolk County is unique in that we are blessed with the diversity of flora and fauna not present in any other parts of Canada. We need to be stewards of this gift to ensure that the generations to come can enjoy these. Stewardship involves monitoring, regulating, and imposing penalties on perpetrators to protect our environment as well as maintain our unique status within the country. There seems to be little argument anymore that the climate is changing. Land is being paved over, and as a result, we are losing the protection of trees for watersheds, heat loads, runoff water of toxic fertilizer and pest control products, silt topsoil, and therefore depositing dangerous materials into our water systems. New development is happening at an increasing rate. While it is much easier and less expensive for developers to bulldoze all the trees in a proposed development, it's critical to balance the impact of environmental damage over ease of doing work and lack of concern for the future. Many communities have stringent laws around this, such as reviewing building plans for impacts on environment and to protecting trees through installing physical barriers during development to ensure their protection. Trees are sometimes replaced by younger trees, but older trees are much more valuable to the environment, and replacement by growing less diverse species in other areas does not address the local impacts. Norfolk is a key leader in the protection of its waterways, ignoring the impacts of what we're experiencing in weather patterns today will most likely be far more costly in the future, both in monetary terms as well as in physical and mental health terms, than dealing with them now when there's still time. We, ECO, are urging Council to implement more stringent measures to deter the needless removal of trees from Norfolk County.
That's it?
I'm within my 5 minutes.
Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder for the deputation for information. Yes, I'm going to get the mover and seconder, and then we're going to go in for discussion. So is that Councillor Hoffman and Martin? Go ahead. Go ahead, Hoffman.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your deputation. I just was wondering, are there any specific examples that you could give council as to when this may have occurred in?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay, perfect.
Most definitely in 2012, along Black Creek, which is across from where I live, a 200-foot strip of trees was bulldozed. The land, the hillside was regraded. And at that time, there was a stipulation on the sale of the property that neither of those be changed, namely the row of trees along the creek and the grading of the property. This person went in on a long weekend when obviously everything was closed. By Monday, they had just totally stripped that piece of property. I brought forward this basically the same deputation in 2014 and was told that they'd be looked into, but nothing has ever happened.
And I just want to add to that, thank you for that example, and I can assure you that I had many residents, actually just prior to the election last year, who there was a strip in the core in Waterford on Temperance Street where many trees were removed, and no one could seem to get a real idea as to why it happened. And it is very difficult to go back once it's done.
That's correct. My husband and I spent collectively days probably on the phone trying to get something done, but nothing ever came of it.
And my last question is, can you, and I know you spoke about the impact, the positive impact that having these, not just mature trees, but trees in general. How familiar are you with the tree canopy? And in terms of the importance in communities with a tree canopy and
very,
that they
very
measure?
important. Health-wise, economy-wise, for instance, a good tree canopy will promote tourism, promote shopping in an area. People heal better when there's a tree to look at. Children with things like autism, ADHD, and so on, will perform much better than with a tree canopy than without, and I could go on.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Stephanie, for your deputation. Just a quick question, 2 questions. You came to council in 2014. Has there been any correspondence from Norfolk County to you since then?
None.
And are you able to share some examples either today or in the near future with us about stipulations that you would like to see integrated here into Norfolk County? Can you speak to any of them today?
One thing is that I would like to see, before a development goes in, a survey of the trees and see just what trees can be saved, how the developer can work around what trees there are, especially those trees which are at-risk trees. Another thing, if something does happen, where do we go from there? What can be done? Who can we contact? And so on. We contacted council, Long Point Ministry. Again, we spent days.
Thank you. And then, if I may, Actually, I'll wait. I would like to pose a question to staff, but I'll wait for my colleagues to finish chatting with Stephanie. Ms. Wilson,
Okay.
sorry.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to throw out some other little facts first, but Norfolk County has the highest percentage of tree cover of any municipality in southern Ontario. We have the highest amount of public land that is treed than anywhere in southern Ontario. We are a leader in this country with the what NCC has been doing, the ALICE program, amount of trees and buffers and things that have been created in Norfolk County. We're a leader in natural infrastructure, a fancy buzzword for using Mother Nature to do what cement used to do. If there's any place in Ontario that doesn't need help with that, I think it's Norfolk County. Or is your concern more so in the urban areas that, like, we could use more trees in the urban areas, and is that the big
Definitely
concern?
in urban areas, but I would propose all areas. Now, you mentioned FCC, the Forestry Capital of Canada. We were granted that position in 2009. It is now, and the program focuses on the valuable role forests play in the socio-economic and environmental health of our communities, past, present, and future, while also recognizing and celebrating the rich forest heritage and commitment to sustainable forest management practices across Canada. Today, the Petawawa Research Forest, located in Chalk River, Ontario, has been announced as the Forest Capital of Canada. So our time on that throne was 10 years ago.
We got it for 2 years, and usually they only get it 1 year at a time, so I think we scored a bonus. But my question is more like we do have our Trees for Roads program. We've been dealing with all the dead ash trees. That's cost us a lot of money. Should we be looking at spending more money when we're done cleaning up the dead ones, but replanting new ones?
Absolutely.
But are we looking more in the urban area as opposed to, like, every tree is a good tree, I realize that,
Yes.
but is it more important in the urban areas to get more tree cover?
Because there's so much paving in urban areas, because there's higher population in our urban areas, yes, I would say it's very important. But certainly rural areas are important too. Trees clean the environment. They breathe in carbon dioxide, breathe out oxygen. They are our lungs.
Okay, I have a mover of Hoffman and Martin. All those in favor? Moving on.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, one question I was reserving.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
to
All right.
Direct to, thank you.
Sorry.
If I could, Mr. Cridlin, could I just call on you for a very brief moment to speak to the deputation about...
Ma'am, can you sit down?
Certainly.
Okay, we're going to staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
To speak to the deputation and the rest of the group that may be here, just about our current practices. I know we have staff that work in your department who are experts in what we do already, and then maybe we can have a further discussion about bringing something back to council at that time.
Sure, through the chair to County Council. Yes, we do, to kind of follow up with Councillor Van Passen's comments, Norfolk County has the highest tree cover and for a municipality in southern Ontario. That is true. We also have a forestry division, and the forestry division does a couple of things. First of all, I'll get to development and may pass the baton here to Pam Doosling when I get to there. But as far as what we do is every roadside tree that is taken down on county property is first assessed by a arborist, which is in our division, and then taken down by Public Works. We do try to plant a 1-for-1 tree. However, a lot of times, a lot of the success in the tree is if the homeowner wants the tree replanted. So we get some homeowners, we remove a tree, they may say, I'll take 4 or 5 along my frontage. Great, we do it, and we may get some that say, you know, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in having a tree that leaves for any reason. They don't get any. So we do try to plant a 1-for-1. Our parks as well, when we have extra trees, we do try to infill our parks with that. And so that is basically any county property. I think we we have control over that. It does get tough to plan on private property, and that's where Councillor Van Passett had mentioned NCC, Conservation Authority, Roads for Trees. They have programs there that we work in partnership as well to get trees on private land. And I think with that, as far as development, it's my understanding that usually there's a pre-consultation, and I can't go back to 2012 before this, but I know we have tightened our process where through Pam's group, the pre-consultation, we tell a developer right off the bat that if it is a significant woodlot or a woodlot, you can't do certain things, or you have to get an environmental assessment before you can move forward, and they know that going forward, so any development has to curtail to the stipulations put forward on that day. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Dusling.
Yep. Thank you. Through the chair, if I can just add to those comments. Bill's correct. Through every development application, if there are significant features, an environmental impact study is required. In the case of the deputation, the ma'am mentioned Black Creek. Black Creek was a development a few years ago that required an environmental impact study as part of the development process. And they went through an extensive process with the trees and the natural landscape, the grading in that area. I made a note on that specific development to connect back with staff. I know some of the securities are outstanding. Once the natural feature is gone, there's not a whole lot that we can do to bring it back, but we do hold securities for developments, so we can ensure that the securities are released correctly. And Bill is correct. We do have pre-consultation. Forestry is involved right from the beginning. Forestry also sits as part of our Norfolk Environmental Advisory Committee, and which all of those EISs go to for approval, and they're a great resource that way.
Councillor Martin, and then Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, staff, for that explanation. And if I could narrow down, we can have a conversation about this later. I don't know how much of that conversation was focused on the development, more of a specific property, I believe, in and around that area. I could be wrong. And I wonder if I could ask our staff to maybe sit down with the group when you find time and listen to some of their concerns, and maybe there is some type of bylaw that could be brought forward to council, or maybe your staff, Mr. Cridlin, would be able to discuss what the county currently does with this group, and we could have some better working communication with them on their interests, and I would be happy to put that in a motion if you needed something. Maybe bring something back to council after a meeting with regards to the bylaws and the information they're looking for.
Through the chair to county council, yeah, no, that's an excellent idea. Sometimes the communication is very important. Maybe there's a breakdown, and just to let the deputation know exactly what we do. And under a current bylaw, there are no protection for private yard trees, that sort of thing. So we can discuss that and see if we, we'll probably bring it back in the form of a memo of the outcome of the meeting, and whether we need to have a private tree bylaw or something. There's reasons that's good, and there's reasons that's bad. But yeah, definitely flesh it out and communicate. I think that's a great idea.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Put
Mr.
something together here. Maybe that'll work. So I don't know.
Do you have something, Steph, or are you looking at me to? I can do it on the fly if you need me to.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, it's just very basic that staff be directed to work with the deputation and report back to council. So just really looking on a time frame to add to the motion, so that kind of centers out the direction.
I would look to staff on that. I know they've got a lot on the go, but a timeline, Mr. Cridlin?
Yeah.
So sorry, I didn't hear the conversation there.
Sorry?
Through the chair, just in talking to the CAO, maybe it's best at this point to leave the direction kind of vague in terms of a timeline, and then at SLT they can discuss and advise when it'll be coming back.
Need a seconder? Councillor Taylor? All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on.
I did
Go
have a
ahead.
question.
Sorry, you did. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. A couple questions here for Mr. Cridlin. Mr. Cridlin, does a person need permission to cut a tree? Say you wanted to put I was going to say an outhouse, but a shed on your property, and where that shed wants to go, there's a tree. Do you need permission from the county to cut that tree down?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. We have no protection for single yard trees. However, if it is a protected species like a tulip tree, a cucumber magnolia, so it's never a bad idea to call our arborist and get an answer to that question. But generally, a single yard tree, there is no protection unless it is a species of special interest.
In the issue at Black Creek where a number of trees were cut for development, was there a penalty registered against that?
Through the chair to county or to the council, I think that's something. Looking at Ms. Dusing, we will have to find that out. It was prior to my time in the seat, and I do remember it happening, but I don't know what the outcome is. So we can get back to you on that.
Thank you then. And one of the other groups that should be involved with this is probably our NEAC group. It's right up there where they should be consulted on it down the road. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Councillor Hoffman? Councillor...
Thank you, Chairman Geisens. Through you to Mr. Cridlin. I just wanted to get a better sense of when we're speaking about the private yard trees. So I understand, if in the middle of my backyard we have a tree that we take down, we don't need anyone's permission for that, as long as it's not a protected species. My question is, there's a lot of, I don't know if it's urban legend or not, but just so for the people following along here and at home, there's often talk about a tree being on your property. If it's 30 feet from the middle of the road, that's considered county property for a tree. Can you clarify that for me, please?
Certainly, through the chair to Councillor Huffman. Put my public works hat on here. Most, in general rule of thumb, is that every road allowance in concession areas are 60 feet. So 30 feet from the center line over is county. That is true in some cases. However, road allowances can be 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet in certain circumstances. And the road allowance is not often right in the middle. The road allowance, the road could be right to the left, to the right. So again, it's always a good idea before you cut a roadside tree is to either contact our public works folks or the arborist. Now again, we're not surveyors, but we can, with our GIS mapping, take a quick look and say without a doubt, this is your tree, ma'am or sir, it is up to you to remove, or this is a border tree, or if it's a county, then we assess it, and then we hold the right to say the tree is perfectly healthy, it'll stay, or if the tree is in decay, then if being a county tree, county would remove it at their cost.
And just quickly, one more question. When we're looking at road development, so if a road's being dug up and, new sewers and sidewalks, et cetera, being done, and trees need to come down, if a tree was removed from the boulevard portion of a street, that is something that a homeowner wouldn't necessarily be able to say, I don't want that tree replaced, correct? Would that not be a county initiative to replace that tree?
Through the chair to Council Huffman. Yes, we try to plant one for one, but there are circumstances where the tree just can't go back to where it is because of infrastructure in the ground, sight lines, that sort of thing. So in a case like that, we would look, public works staff, I should say, would look at the streetscape and try to incorporate that tree in the streetscape, but perhaps not in that part. We do try to do one for one.
I understood the one for one piece. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't just having, homeowners say, no, I don't want any tree on my boulevard because I don't want to have to rake leaves. I wasn't sure if that was the direction that we were getting. Sorry.
No, if I can assist through the chair, in new developments, we've changed our process in the last about a year and a half, and we actually have developers that are required now to put in tree planting plans with their subdivisions. So we identify way in advance of where those trees are located, and we can ensure that they won't obstruct the infrastructure, and the county is actually going and planting those trees. So the developer's paying for it, but the county's doing it.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Okay. Any further? If not, we are moving on. So it's the rabbit, sorry. We're trying
Thank you,
to
Chair
get this thing over with.
And through you, I think I'm going to direct some comments towards our capable staff and see, respecting which department chooses to respond. I just want to provide some information for those that are watching at home and thinking about the environment, how they could potentially get involved and fulfill their advocacy role like ECO is doing here today. A developer may make an application under the Forest Conservation Bylaw to seek an exemption from the bylaw to permit the clearing of forested lands on property that they own. It's a very standard practice. It can be applied for by a developer or by any landowner, really, to clear forests on their lands. They could be doing this for a number of reasons, agricultural efficiencies, maybe they're straightening a field. It could permit development on the land, or it could be for any reason, really. The neighboring landowners are notified of the application. They're given a period of time to voice their objection. Staff may also disagree with the objection, and provided that there is an objection stated on the public record, that would force the matter to the Bylaw Appeals Committee for a decision, I do believe. So that's a way that you at home, or those in attendance today, if you're interested in advocating for trees, or you had a concern with a particular development, this is a mechanism that you have in your local government to advance that discussion. So that's an option that we do have here. I would encourage those that wanted to do so. Look at the developments that we have ongoing. There is a list of them on the county website, and you would be able to see when they would be coming before council and whether or not they're being viewed by the Bylaw Appeals Committee. So that Forest Conservation Bylaw, I don't have the number on hand, but that would likely be one of the resources. I imagine if you're looking for an amendment to a bylaw, that's the one that you would be reviewing. And again, you have an ability as a citizen to voice your concern if you feel a development isn't paying due respect to our environment and have enough green space. I know we've been going through a big development phase where a lot of our subdivisions don't have a lot of park space included in them. There's not a lot of green spaces. They tend to get as many units as they possibly can. There's a lot of paved surfaces. There was recently an article that was very well written by Mr. Keith Ashley in the Simcoe Reformer that discussed some of the concerns that came forward today regarding the deputation and loss of tree cover in urban settings. Many of our homes will be pocketed with little trees. It is very important to maintain a canopy, especially getting those animals and that wildlife a place to traverse so that they can get to the denser forest. And in terms of the clearing of larger lands, development is going to happen. It's inevitable. But if you are looking for an ability to have your say, I've given you some examples here today, and I wanted to provide maybe our staff in Public Works. I know they've done a very good job of adhering to that bylaw. When we have roads construction, they're finding a consultant that's going to be putting up the snow fence or protecting the trees. You get differing levels of servants with differing levels of service with different contractors. But our staff do a diligent job in ensuring that we have those that are respecting those trees along our roadsides, and I've seen the snow fencing go up. Another concern that many residents have is how Hydro One will top all of the trees directly underneath of the hydro lines, and that will affect that canopy. It's all about finding a balance and providing that canopy in urban areas that's adequate for the wildlife that we do have, and providing shade. Our deputation gave us a detailed package about many of the benefits that come with having canopy and tree cover in urban areas. But I just want to provide our staff an opportunity maybe to interject if anything I said was objectionable, or if you had anything to add.
The Chair to Councillor Abbott, no, I think you did an excellent job. The other thing I may add too is you talked about some clearing and stuff that goes on farms. A lot of that, through the agreement, there will be compensation. So if it comes to forestry staff and they are allowed to clear a half, quarter acre, that sort of thing for farming, a lot of times there's compensation put in, and that's either money to buy trees. And one interesting one we just did is with staff where this person was a tree grower, actually a nursery person. So he had got stock trees from himself to go in our program. So there's a lot of initiatives that way. But keep in mind, just because it's being cleared, there is compensation generally in the background, and we get tree for tree, or sometimes it's 2 trees for 1. It depends.
Okay, I guess moving on. I now invite Jason DuPaco, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct, to the podium to speak to his deputation respecting Langton Royals Junior Hockey Club.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Jason DePaco, and I am the head coach and GM of the Langton Royals hockey team. I wanted to come speak this evening to introduce myself, my family, and my team to Norfolk County. From beginner hockey, I've been playing all the way up to pro. Hockey has been a big part of my life, and in return, a big part of my family's life. Earlier this year, I had an opportunity that really came up for me to purchase a team in the Canadian Premier Junior Hockey League. With years of experience as a coach at many different levels, I was excited to move forward in my career, and with the help of my family, this goal was met through the Langton Royals junior hockey team. My parents, Joe and Linda, are who owns the team and have been very supportive of my decision to bring junior hockey to Langton. My goal is to give these young players the experience I had playing junior hockey and to be a positive influence to them and the community of Langton and surrounding areas. Many people had asked us, why Langton? And for us, that was easy. While researching hometowns, it was the quaint, close-knit family atmosphere that drew us to Langton before we even experienced the town for ourselves. We were overwhelmed with the positive feedback and the immediate encouragement to pursue Langton because people told us, Langton loves their hockey. They have some incredible fans, and you won't regret Langton. All of this combined with their welcoming arena staff, supportive county, and not to mention their old school barn, it was an instant sell for me and my family. We had to be there. We are aware of what happened in Norfolk and what the junior hockey experience you guys had before. We can assure you this won't happen, as we are a sanctioned league under the UHU. A sanctioned hockey team is far more accountable than an outlaw league. Where issues arose in previous years with Norfolk, aside from the league itself and the sanctioning, we as an organization wanted to take extra steps to ease the nerves of anyone concerned. The Langton Royals will be paying their ice time in a month in advance, so there will never ever be an open bill or a set bill left behind. We realize assuming a junior hockey team is a significant undertaking from the town in Langton and the county of Norfolk, and we want to assure you that we will do everything in our power to give back to the community. We are currently selling rink boards, which will generate money for the arena and the town. We hope to have players billeting in the Langton community, which generates some income for families and local businesses. Our home games are scheduled on Sundays, so this won't affect any minor hockey. Along with coaching the Langton Royals, I run a hockey academy, SHA Hockey, which I will offer free sessions on Sundays to any player that plays in the Langton minor hockey system. We want to see Langton minor hockey thrive and grow, and maybe even develop some of these kids to be stars on our team one day. Off the ice, we will bring Langton a team that is dedicated to the community. Our players will come from all over the world, Russia, Germany, the USA, and all across Canada. They will be rooted in Langton and the surrounding area, and they will adopt this community as their own for the next 6 to 8 months. Our plan is to ensure that our players learn as much off the ice as they do on the ice, with life lessons, experiences that they will be able to take with them for the rest of their lives. Our goal is to be involved in as many organizations such as schools, churches, minor sport, youth, and senior programs as possible. Giving back to our community is of great importance to us. In closing, I would like to extend the community of Norfolk County to reach out to us with any questions or concerns you may have. If you have any ideas of how the Royals can be more successful or how we can get together and make the town more successful as well, we welcome to connect with us anytime. You can connect with me at Coach Jason at Langton Royals. Oh, sorry, coachjason.langtonroyals@gmail.com or Corey Gosso at corey.langtonroyals@gmail.com. We are open to all sorts of ideas. We don't want this team to seem as them. We want Langton and Norfolk County to embrace us and our team as our team, and be part of we would like everybody to be part of the Royal family. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Hoffman. You have some questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chairman Geisens, through you to the deputation. Hi.
Hi.
A couple questions. So, this is not a pay-to-play league?
This is a pay-to-play.
This is a pay-to-play?
Yes, it is.
Okay, but it's not an outlaw league?
It's not an outlaw league.
Okay.
It's sanctioned under the UHA.
Okay, so the UHA, it's sanctioned?
Sorry, UHU. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. Actually, it's funny because I was just fixing that. Okay, so it is pay-to-play. What other teams are in this league?
Seaforth, Scarborough, Wexford, Essex County, Muskoka, a couple teams out of Quebec, Maniwaki.
Okay.
It's a pretty new league. It's going into their 4th year. They have grown from 6 to 13 teams in the 3 years that they have been around. they're planning on in the next 2 years to have another 6 to 8 teams join.
Okay. Now, I know that you mentioned about paying the ice fees a month ahead of time because there obviously is a little bit of a bad taste with some previous outlaw teams that were in the Simcoe area. But I just wanted to address, is this team, the Langton Royals, is it also the team that was involved in a little bit of a scandal at the end of this past hockey season?
No.
Not the same team?
Not the same team. Langton
Okay.
Royals? No.
Mm-hmm.
No. We have never existed.
Pardon?
We haven't existed, so.
No, I know, but there's nothing coming from the previous one where the team did not finish off the playoffs or they...
I coached in Tilsonburg last year,
Mhm.
and there was a discrepancy with the owner that he made a decision that he probably shouldn't have. But
Okay,
it-
so we are talking
Yeah,
about,
yeah.
there is a connection?
Yeah,
Okay.
but
all
that
right.
connection really has nothing to do with what we're trying to move forward with.
Okay, so not the same owner then?
No,
or
my
anything?
family is the owners are sitting
Okay.
back here, yeah.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
thank
no,
you.
I wouldn't be doing that.
Okay.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, good luck with this project, Jason.
Thank you.
Have you discussed ice use times with our staff? As
Yes,
to
we have.
how it would
A little
fit
bit.
in?
We haven't gone into full detail, but we have discussed about not interfering with minor hockey and the figure skating clubs. That's not something we want to do. We want to keep them involved. We also were told that Sunday, the building's not operating. If we can help put some operations in that building, give someone a job for the day, and if we can take 4 or 5 hours, that helps the town generate some more money.
Good. That was one of the concerns I heard was displacing minor hockey, and obviously you're not going to be doing that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hoffman.
Sorry, thank you. I did have one more
Yeah, no
question.
problem.
Do you have any requirements in terms of any building renovations that will have to be done in terms of the size of the dressing rooms?
Sizes of
and
the
things?
dressing room are fantastic. I've discussed
Oh,
with Adam.
yeah, the new ones are, that's right, yeah.
I discussed with Adam and Todd if we can put things in. We're in discussion about doing that. We've left it at if stuff goes in, then it can't be removed out, and that's where we've left it. But we'll sit down and discuss that in full.
Okay, all right, perfect, thank you.
No problem.
Further? Not? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Columbus and Councillor Michele. All those in favor? That is carried. I invite Jean Montgomery to the podium to speak to her deputation respecting Community Wellness Council.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, council members and staff. I come to you today on behalf of the newly formed Community Wellness Council. And through the chair, I'd like to thank Councillor Michele for the extended time that we'll have now. So my presentation is shortened, but now we'll have time for one of our youth to speak also. As involved community members, Gord Rollo and myself, with other community volunteers, put together the Wellness Group as an offshoot of the Suicide Prevention Network of Haldeman, Norfolk. Many people in our community are struggling, and often their needs go unmet. Revitalization cannot happen without the demonstrated human needs. Our initial meeting gathered 30 interested community members together, wanting to step up to make a difference. Volunteers play a huge role in every community. The findings from the group were overwhelmingly declared as housing, mental health, and youth. The hard work and efforts of agencies and the municipality are certainly appreciated, and the community is here and willing to collaborate and contribute to enhance those resources. The aim of the group is, of course, to enhance existing resources in our community, research best practices, contribute input and time, thinking outside the box. We need to be a little bit outrageous to see things happen. We do not want to duplicate. In our community, we see many agencies, many groups that are basically doing the same thing. How can we as a community come together to get the best outcome for every community member? We are in the midst of creating a resource list of soft services. There's many things that go on in our community that many of us don't know about that people could take advantage of. We look at the health unit and their tagline is Leaders in Rural Health. How about Norfolk County can be a leader in our human needs? The community has stepped up. We see Bruce Santing, a private individual, came to Simcoe and created the ASH program and is housing people over on Robinson Street. Indwell, which we heard from today, they are a private organization, a community organization that has come into many communities to fill a need that municipalities just can't do by themselves. We look at the Hope Pharmacy, again, a private enterprise. Churches out serving, many churches, service clubs. How about when the international students came here? The community stepped up and found places for them to live. We have Marilyn Antigue here, who started the little pantry right in the library so that people can access that. Neighbors outreach, many people don't know about that neighbors had come together to fill needs right in downtown Simcoe. There are many more initiatives that people have taken on just because the need is there. Housing is huge. I know the county has a 10-year plan, but the landscape has certainly changed. Many municipalities are struggling and in crisis situations. We do need employees, but more employees to address the challenge is great, but if we don't have housing stock, where are we going to put people? And I'm not just talking about low income or RGI. Many people cannot find affordable housing in our communities. How can we make it happen? Collaboration. Look at the city of Brantford and what they are doing with Habitat for Humanity and other stakeholders. They've collaborated to see an amazing plan for mixed housing. Regeneration. Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation has many plans you heard from recently. Private investors want to come provide housing. Some of the ideas our group has researched and talked about: tiny house communities, container builds, co-share, home share. Do we know what that is? Do we know how that can fill a huge need in our community? Modular structures and repurposing existing buildings. We've got lots of buildings here that might fit that bill. Collaboration of all stakeholders, counties, churches, home builders associations, Habitat for Humanity, cause, businesses, service clubs, and community members with a voice and contribution can make a difference. What is the status of wellness in our community? There are many unmet needs, and you know, most of us probably got in our car and drove here, and we'll go home to our home tonight. But there's many marginalized people who don't have that opportunity, and some by it's not anything that they have done wrong or their motivation isn't there. Mental health and addiction issues can be very challenging. Hope can be lost. Resources are wonderful in our community, but often have a very lengthy wait list or can be very costly. Sometimes people just need someone to talk to. Do you know in England they have established a ministry of loneliness? Our communities are changing. People don't socialize. We don't know our neighbors. People need to be connected. We're in the process of securing a location where individuals can come and talk informally and be directed to appropriate services. Rec opportunities have been created by community members to provide enjoyment and social activities to those not in the mainstream. Basketball, ball hockey, volleyball have been provided for people who might not be able to participate in the mainstream sports. Plans to utilize our beautiful parks for music, social time, and recreation for young people and families. And we do have a youth voice on our community, and I would like to call up Ethan Moyer to bring his thoughts.
Thank you. I would like to talk about what she briefly touched on, like how a lot of youth will not, don't know about the opportunities they have. So there are a lot of things available for youth that they can go to for like the ball hockey and such, but they just don't know about it. So if we are to like put money towards helping the community and the youth, we've got to let them know that we are doing that and where that is happening.
Thank you, Ethan. And Ethan has given us a lot more insight. And this, from our wellness community, this is one of our main aims, is to go where people are at. Ask people what they need. We have done a lot of surveying and talking with people about housing, about mental health and addiction. We aren't all experts. Let's ask the people with lived experience what will work for them. And as Ethan said, many youth activities cost money. They are very formal, and youth have a problem with getting to these activities. But youth need to come together. Many agencies, there are many agencies that address needs of youth, again, all in different pockets, but how can we collaborate? Depression, suicide are real issues for our youth. I on my little soapbox here, but I do suicide intervention and prevention, and I was asked to come to a school in Norfolk County, a grade 8 class where 4 students were struggling with thoughts of suicide. We need to be there. We need to do something for our youth. Community can and must play a role. I know you are well aware of these issues and challenges. We are coming tonight to communicate our intent and willingness to collaborate wherever possible. I think there is no blame and there can be no shame if we all step up and meet the needs of our community. Thank you for the opportunity.
Right on the button. Questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Geisens. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Ethan, for speaking today. Just curious about the resource list of soft services. What all is included in that list?
It is not complete yet. I must say, too, that we are working with Dan Avey from Youth Unlimited, and he has students there, and we are trying to compile that list. There's many informal activities that go on that might be of benefit, especially to youth, but to people who are struggling. So hopefully that list will be available, and we will be able to distribute that. There are a list of formal activities and resources, but these are things that maybe communities have come together and people, individuals have put together that could certainly benefit many.
Thank you, and if I may, one more.
Go ahead.
Once the list is completed, how will it be distributed?
Through the chair, we have some pretty talented people in our group, and we have more talented than me, and we have some great opportunities for that. So, and we will certainly make sure that the council receives that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further? Not? Mayor Hoffman, oh, sorry, I'm going to give you a raise, but
Sorry.
it's Councillor Hoffman.
Yes, I'm not the mayor. Thank you. Hi, Jean. I was just wondering, have you had the opportunity to work with any of our social service agencies that specialize in working with youth to get a sense as to anything that they may have that's more of an informal type nature?
Through the chair, yes, Kim, I have. I'm quite, have been involved in many as a volunteer at REACH and at the health unit and many Youth Unlimited, because this is, we don't want to replicate anything, and we want to enhance and be there as a community to be able to help those.
Yeah, and I definitely think you're on the right track there when we're looking at more things that are informal, less cost prohibitive, and spread out, you know, throughout our community, because we all know that transportation can be an issue, and I think that there's definitely a place for that. So thank you very much for your initiative, and to everyone on your group, and I'm looking forward to getting these resources in hand. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you, Kim, and we have a great group of people, and I know we all need to step up, and I think as a community we do. Norfolk is a great place, and we just need to get things going, and things will happen.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Geisens. Jean, if someone out there administers one of these types of programs that may work on this informal list of soft services, who could they contact to ensure that they get put on that list if they're trying to do their part too and help?
Well, through the chair, they could contact me. It's just gmontgomery2@gmail.com, and we'd be glad for anyone to come out. We have had meetings every 2 weeks to get things started, done a lot of investigating. We don't look at pie in the sky. We see some of these ideas like tiny houses and all the rest, and, we don't ever think that that's just going to happen overnight, but we need to investigate what we might be able to do. So we invite anybody to come out to our meetings for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I have a mover and seconder to receive the deputation for information? Councillor Rabbit and Councillor Hoffman. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the next one. I now invite Mary Weber to the podium to speak to her deputation respecting flooding and shoreline protection on Hastings Drive. You have 10 minutes.
There. And could someone dim the lights for me? Thank you. So what I'm passing out is just some notes from previous council meetings back 2 or 3 years ago that I'm making reference to that most people around this table aren't aware of. So I thought you just might want to read that later at your leisure. I'm going to have a slide presentation. Pam Dusing's going to change the pictures maybe every 20 seconds. I'm not going to make reference to anything specific, but if you want to ask me questions, there's a number up in the corner, and just refer to that number, okay? Chairman and councillors, I've been speaking on the condition of Hastings Drive for 3 years now. I would like to know why nothing substantial has been done to deal with this road condition other than grade debris out of the way after waves deposit tree limbs, tires, and gravel on the road. Why would you apply for a permit from the Conservation Authority to allow for shoreline protection to be implemented if you have no intention of using that permit? We are now in repair mode, up from maintenance mode. You're always isolating Hastings Drive. Now that the rest of Long Point is flooding, only Hastings gets a road closed sign. Other flooded points of Long Point, such as the bend in the causeway at the condos, only gets a wavy sign showing that there's water on the road. Woodstock Ave was recently totally underwater. No signage was in place at all. Hastings is a registered county road and deserves to be fixed. We request that you do so. At a council and committee meeting report prepared June 6, 2014, and you've got a copy of that, there were a number of statements made. Number one, staff recommends that Norfolk County needs to maintain this road section in order to eliminate liability issues. Number two, with that said, another comment was made, Norfolk County still has a responsibility to keep this road in a state of repair to protect against liability issues. Number three, the maintenance also ensures that property owners along Hastings Drive will be able to gain entry to their property during the summer months. You have enough information here. Use this information and please fix the road. Pull back the existing rock for starters to put a natural berm in place to stop a good portion of the destructive wave action that washes out the road with every high wind. Your permit allows for installation of posts and addition of rock to protect the shoreline. The private property owners who applied for permits in July of 2017 all have done this allowable shoreline protection work. The MNR emailed us all asking us to define what was going to be done. We all answered back. All they wanted to know was the nature of the work being done. We did not alter the shoreline. We did not destroy any type of fish spawning grounds. We did not impede turtle or toad nesting areas, as all our shoreline protection work was done in winter when a backhoe could get out on the ice. I just don't understand why this county does not take a stand and take into account how this impacts the property owners on Hastings Drive. Do we not deserve at least the same considerations as you have given species at risk, frogs, toads, snakes, and fish? All this work can be done to the satisfaction of all species, including people. On February 12th, I spoke before this council. Councillor Taylor asked of Mr. Baird a question regarding the status of the county's conservation permit for shoreline protection that was awarded to the county in January of 2018. Mr. Baird said he didn't know exactly, but he would get back to this council. On April 16th, I sent an email to all councillors, the mayor, Mr. Baird, and the clerk, seeking Mr. Baird's response to the February 12th query. I heard from one councillor, and I quote, "Thanks, Mary. I'll ask around and see what I can do." Today's July 2nd. I'm again requesting an answer as to just what the county is going to do about Hastings Drive. On June 17th, I went to the Roads Department in Delhi and spoke with Dadeen Assam, and I hope I've pronounced his name correctly. He forwarded notes to me from the council meeting of December 12th, 2017. At this meeting, council was informed that a permit from the Conservation Authority was forthcoming. During discussion, it was decided, and I quote, that these works, the fill, cannot be considered shoreline protection as they have not been engineered for that purpose. Motion 13 prohibited staff from engaging a consultant to investigate appropriate shoreline protection. Really? Why were private property owners all allowed this type of shoreline protection without engaging a consultant to investigate? The notes go on to say that as motion 14 only directed staff to apply for the permit, but no further direction was given, staff was seeking council direction for action following the receipt of the permit. Why would you apply for a permit if you have no intention of using that permit to do the work? It's been 18 months. What action has been initiated? You approved a budget of $30,000 to retain the ESA consultant, purchase timbers, and if needed, additional concrete rubble. For starters, you don't need to do all that. Just pull back the rock that's in the water now. The county used to pull this rock back every few years, but in recent years it seems that all proactive work on Hastings Drive has ceased. I would like to know, is this $30,000 still budgeted for Hastings work? The section of Hastings Drive, lots 94 to 120, that abuts to property owned by the county is now in a washout situation. We are past maintaining, grading, and clearing debris after wave action to dealing with a road that is totally washed out. Any simple grading of existing gravel is just covering up a very unstable undersection of this road. Your liability concerns fall into place now. In 1985, you all know this area was hit by a huge storm and had wave action destroy and/or damage most Hastings Drive cottages. The destruction was deemed so bad at first that the county told owners of cottages that were not damaged to move them off Hastings as the road would not be rebuilt. We all know exactly what happened next. Some cottages were moved off, others stayed. The road was rebuilt. The cottage owners that moved their cottages off their land wanted to move them back. They were told a resounding no. Fast forward to today. The remaining 23 cottages have stood the test of time. The vacant lot owners that have put in shoreline protection have saved their property. Despite record high lake levels today, the properties along Hastings Drive are secure, except for those owned by the county. You, Norfolk County, are terrible neighbors. We have maintained our properties to protect our assets. You have to do the same. While I would love to see Hastings Drive paved, graveling and oiling would be better than nothing. This, along with pulling back the rock to create a solid berm to decrease the destructive wave action that always washes out the road, would help keep Hastings drivable. By graveling and oiling the road, the turtles that you so desperately want to protect would lay their eggs in the sand dunes and not in the road as they do now. Those eggs laid in the road do not have an iota of a chance of surviving with the number of cars that use this road daily. County is actually contributing to the further eradication of protected turtles by not keeping them off the road. About a month ago, an ex-town councillor drove down Hastings Drive on a day that county workers were dry packing potholes on the road. He told them that they were wasting, and I quote, wasting taxpayers' money on Hastings Drive. Why is that? Are my tax dollars not allocated to fix any and all registered roads in this county? Again, I reiterate, Hastings Drive is a registered county road. It is healthy and surviving despite what Mother Nature throws at us. The only places that Hastings gets into trouble with and gets damaged by are the areas owned by the county. The private property owners never have the road washed out along their properties. You are obligated to keep it drivable and safe. All your excuses for not fixing Hastings Drive are just that, excuses. You're not expected to tender out bids to raise and pave the road. You just need to pull the rock back that's already in the water to form a natural barrier to destructive wave action. These rocks are on your road allowance. You are allowed to maintain your road when necessary. This action on your part can also make use of concrete slabs that are stockpiled at the 45 yard from the Erie Boulevard rebuild, and of the concrete blocks stored at the Walsingham transfer station. Lee Robinson made reference to being able to use these in her deputation, or in her report at the December 12th, 2017 council meeting. The rock is there for the asking. Please use it and help keep Hastings Drive drivable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for your presentation. I'm pretty familiar with the story. And for council's benefit, I've been driving on Hastings Drive, about 3 times a week for the last month and a half or so, and I just want to kind of confirm many of Mrs. Weber's concerns. From a council point of view, I do have to say that I think we need to really consider the liability issue here. I'm really fearful that there's some point going to be a real problem with somebody getting hurt on that road. A few times, in fact, very recently, I'm driving I drive a regular, sedan. I've always been kind of questioning whether or not I'm going to be able to make it down that road because the sand in some places gets pretty soft. And I was kind of wondering what I will do if I do get stuck there. Fortunately, I know several of the people who live on Hastings Drive, and I'm sure that they would help me get out. But that's not the way we want to run county property. And I do have to say that I am puzzled. I've had several inquiries from residents on Hastings Drive as to why a permit was issued by the Long Point Region Conservation Authority on January the 2nd, 2018, and now we are here now, actually technically almost exactly 18 months later, and absolutely no work has been done. So I certainly understand Mrs. Weber and all of the people who live on Hastings Drive. I certainly understand their frustration. And I guess the bottom line here is that those people are tax-paying residents of Norfolk County, and they are being treated, frankly, very dissimilarly from members of the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going right to the chase here, I guess, I'd like to ask Public Works, when will this road be upgraded? If we can pull the rubble back as soon as possible.
Sorry, Councillor Columbus, I'm jumping the queue here, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Mary, I just would like to understand this in full, so bear with me for 1 second. You're letting us know that there is a permit in Norfolk County's hands, and additionally, you are inquiring that is there $30,000 still in the budget for work on Hastings Drive? Is that correct?
Right.
Those are your questions?
Yes.
And additionally, no staff have been in contact with you about any, or sorry, has staff?
No. In the spring, I attended a public information meeting from the group that's been hired to do the causeway rebuild, the causeway and the bridge rebuild. Spoke with the engineers there, and Mr. Gary Houghton was there, and I asked him what was happening, and he told me that in November of 2018, he contacted a consultant for this work because he couldn't in his right feeling good about doing work that wasn't engineered on this road. Now, if he contacted a consultant in November, that was 11 months after the permit was issued, and I talked to him in April, and that was 6 months after he consulted a consultant or a consulting firm and still had no answers. Your permit's going to run out on January 2nd, 2020. We all got permits and we've all done the work. I just don't understand why nothing has been done. You don't need an engineer to pull rocks back. It's on your road allowance. It's a simple, not the best solution, but it's better than nothing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, going back to my question, just go right to Public Works Department. Find out when we can get this issue resolved. Could be a liability issue, we heard. People can't pass through it, it's difficult. I go down there once a week pretty well, see what's going on too. I did have to turn around because I had my small Volkswagen. But Jason, can you let us know where we're at with this whole thing so that these people can get some resolution?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, I have been having some conversations with Mr. Houghton last week, as well as with Dadina San, who was referenced in the deputation. What I have been advised is that yes, we do have a permit from LPRCA to do works. However, the consultant who was engaged to kind of manage this project has advised that the MNRF is requiring approvals as well, which includes some additional plans and drawings, engineering done. I believe I don't have the exact rationale for that in front of me. As it was explained, a lot of it's just due to the amount of property that is being proposed. However, all I can do beyond that at this point is gather some more information and report back to you.
Thank you, Chairman Geisens. So I just want to clarify what Mary was saying. There are no other roads that we have had to close in the recent weeks with the high water levels and the wave action. It is strictly just been Hastings Drive?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoffman, I cannot confirm that there was no other that were fully closed. I know Hastings at one point was completely cut off. I did make note about the Bend and Woodstock Ave and the notations that nothing was actually closed, and it could be that due to the fact that people were on the other sides, that maybe staff made the determination to just try and guide them around the issues, but without having been there myself or without discussing it with our operations group who look after this, I can't confirm or deny anything.
Okay. Well, I certainly do empathize with the property owners out there. It seems lately that it's just been week after week that we're having to issue some kind of notification about it or a closure, and there obviously is some liability issue here, and I hate to think that the only reason we're going to act is because of a liability. I think that it's just, as Ms. Weber had said, it's good stewardship, and it's the neighborly thing to do. So I would strongly encourage that as a council and as a county, we get this taken care of as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question through staff. Jason, are you able to comment on the money? Is it still budgeted?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, unfortunately, no, I cannot at this exact moment. I literally was just writing myself a note asking that it would still be there, unless it looks like Mr. Johnson has something.
Thank you. Through the chair. Judging by the description of what the budget was for, it sounds like it would have been a budget and an operating budget a few years ago. So if that's the case, then any money not spent on an operating budget does not carry forward to following years. If it was a capital budget, it would be different. It would stay open until the capital portion was done. But if we're talking about a study and some barriers, those wouldn't qualify as a capital project.
Okay, thank you. Would you be able to find that information out and share it via email with council if it was capital or operating at a later date? Not right now, but.
Through the chair, judging by the description, it wouldn't have been capital. It would have been an operating budget. So that if I'm not sure how much money was spent back then, but it wouldn't. The balance would not have been carried forward.
Okay, safe to say. Thank you. Back to Public Works. Is there any, I'm just feeling like I'm missing a big part of this story, and I have to admit, after I was elected, I took my first drive down Hastings in my entire life of living here in Norfolk County, and I was blown away by the amount of traffic regularly up and down that road in the short period in time I was there. So, feeling as though I'm missing a part of the story, can our staff share any details about why we stopped pulling rocks back in the first place?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. At this time, I cannot sit here and tell you exactly why that would have happened. I did make a bunch of notes here from Ms. Weber's deputation in order that we can follow up and bring something back as soon as we are possible to do so. I see that there is a lot of information here and questions out there, and we'd like to be able to sit here and give you those answers. We just need some, I need some time to be able to get that information to you.
Sure, okay. Lastly, in Mary's deputation, she informed us that after the neighbors received their permits, they were able to connect with the MNR and just email that they were putting the posts in and the rocks in, and it for these other property owners, it seemed like it was a very quick fix, the additional MNR communication. So I'm hoping that that's what it is for the county, and I can understand the situation that staff is in right now, not having historic knowledge to be able to share. But I do feel as we're going out on our summer break after next week, there is urgency to bring, at the very least, bring information back to the residents who live out there. And I just would hate to let this opportunity pass. I don't know if we should put a date on some information coming back to council so that we can share details with people and have accountability. I'd look to staff or my fellow colleagues on that.
I do have one more question for staff, just so that we make the deputation not feel lonely. Do you have any idea how many miles, how many kilometers of unmaintained roads the county has, how many bridges we've shut down and have done nothing with for 10 years or more? Do you have a listing of all of those? Like, I know this is a problem, but it's not the only problem in Norfolk County with unmaintained roads or bridges that can't get fixed. And, you know, like, I understand their problem, but there are others.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly appreciate the questions and comments that Council is making. I do want to say that the comment on the awkward position that we are placing Jason in. He is here sort of acting as the General Manager of Public Works, and I know he doesn't have a full knowledge of the history of many of these comments and questions that we're asking. So I do appreciate Jason's position, and I know that he's going to get back to us. It's one, if I can, Mr. Chair, also, I do agree with Councillor Martin that maybe we could work on some kind of a timeline so that we have something to work toward or to work with, especially if we're going on summer break very soon. Thank you.
My pictures will come up, I guess, after. Chair, councillors, we have a huge problem with flooding at Long Point. I know lake levels are out of your control, but taking care of the ramifications of those extremely high levels is in your control. Not only are we dealing with flooding roads, which result in the road closures more often than not, there are local businesses that are greatly suffering and deserve the support of this council to keep their businesses going. Sandboy Marina and Norm's Marina, both on the causeway, have had the lake rise up over their boat ramps and onto their parking lots, as well as flooding out trailer lots. To enter both of these businesses, one has to wade through 4 inches of water. This is part of the causeway has been flooded almost continuous for the past 6 weeks, and the county foreman is monitoring water on the road daily. I pointed out to him that we only had a squiggly little sign on the corner, and at nighttime you couldn't see the water on the road, and it was just a disaster waiting to happen. So now he put some signs up with flashing lights. We don't need monitoring. We need a fix. I could have told you 5 weeks ago that you have a problem with flooding and that something has to be done. There have been signs placed at the edges of the flooded areas with wavy lines showing water on the road. Up till recently, there have not been flashing lights on these signs. This situation is a disaster waiting to happen. When cars go through this water at a speed greater than 10 kilometers an hour, a huge wave of water gets splashed on oncoming traffic, temporarily blinding the driver. This happened to me Sunday night. We're lucky we have not had any accidents there so far. People walking children's strollers and those on bicycles cannot use this portion of the road. The county has an electronic sign coming onto the causeway. Instead of only pleading with drivers to watch for snakes and turtles, why does the county not set this sign up now in this time of major flooding to warn drivers of potential problem at the bend in the causeway that is continually underwater? Are we only protecting the turtles and the frogs and to hell with the humans that pay the taxes? People are really starting to wonder. There doesn't seem to be a lot of common sense in this roads department anymore. Senior management, I don't know what's going on, but we need action down there. A while ago, the county expanded the length of the ditches along the causeway to deal with the runoff. The problem here is that the culvert installed to allow the overflow water in the ditches to run back into the lake is acting as a wick to the channel lake water onto the road. As a result of this, county has just finished a multi-$1,000 repair job on the road that is scheduled to be rebuilt in 1 year to repair a section that was damaged by recent weeks of water on the road. A simple solution, temporary as long as the lake levels are at this all-time high, would be to cap the culvert to keep the water from coming from the road. Are you waiting for the same result as on the front road when the culvert, a number of you remember that a few years ago? I know Councillor Clemens and you, Roger, probably do. When the culvert finally washed out because staff just monitored the water situation rather than fix it right away, the fix went from $30,000 to $300,000. Or monitor it like the gas well on the Forestry Farm Road. Woodstock Ave has been flooded completely a number of times, and there has never been any type of signage to warn drivers of this. We seem to have a double standard here with which roads get the warning signs. Woodstock Ave gets nothing, yet flooded out. The bend in the causeway gets a water on the road sign, while Hastings Drive gets a road closed as usual. First of all, to close Hastings at the start of the road when the problem is 2 kilometers further from the end is ridiculous. And part of the Hastings that is flooded is along county-owned property. Nothing is being done to solve this problem. The road is so badly washed out now that just grading will not fix it anymore. Over the years, grading has lowered the level of the road to the lake and the marsh level. Traffic studies have been done to show that this road gets a huge amount of traffic, and this road, as it is, cannot continue to handle the traffic without some type of repair intervention. Now, 2014, and I believe 15 or 13, maybe Mr. Cridlin could tell me, because I believe he did the traffic studies. I asked for a third year, but couldn't get it. There were a huge amount of vehicles that travel up that road. I think this road needs to be upgraded from an undeveloped road. It is a subdivision, and a registered subdivision, and it needs to be treated as. You need to raise the road back to its original level and gravel it, and pull your rock back and add more, which you have. If we can show the pictures, maybe we can get the lights dimmed a little bit and then they can see them better. Pam, could you back them up to the right to the sign at the front? Electronic sign?
Mr. Mawini, I've been going along as you've been
Oh, okay.
presenting.
I didn't see it.
The computer's
Okay,
just very
that's fine.
slow.
This is the culvert I'm talking about. It runs into a channel, so as the lake fluctuates, that's where your water on the causeway is coming from at the corner. Now, the guys the other day, when they paved the part of the road, they dug another ditch to the marsh side, not thinking that the marsh is the same level as the lake. Now we got two flows of water coming in to flood the road out. You can click next one, please. Once we get the pictures down to the corner, you'll see the vehicles that actually go through and just what kind of waves that they actually cause. Like I say, the other night when I came back, a guy pushed me over into the turning lane, which would go up Hastings, and went through, and when the water hit my windshield, I had to jam the brakes on and the wipers, hit the wipers full. I couldn't see. And coming off on the daytime, you have the sun in your eyes. There's the ditch I was telling you that they dug into the marsh. Just another shot of the corner. But if you don't stop the water from that culvert, you're never going to resolve the problem. And the road is starting to fall apart. There was a huge pothole there, which I believe, that is Woodstock. That picture there, you see no road closed sign. That was this spring. That was probably 6 to 8 inches deep. And that's why we're, all right. I think you've seen them anyways. Thank you.
Yes, are there any questions? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Chair Geisens, and through you, thank you, Randy, for your deputation and for those visuals. They do really paint 1,000 words. The level of flooding, I've been down myself recently. The coastal erosion is what I would describe as extreme, the water level. And this is a county-owned asset that we are allowing to deteriorate underneath inches of water. Randy, my question to you is, with the amount of county-owned properties in the area, I want to say it's in the ballpark about 40 vacant lots, 48 lots.
Closer to 50.
Closer to 50. Is there a particular lot that you found has fallen into a greater state of disrepair? Is there an area that you would like to see us focus in on? I know that the entranceway to Hastings tends to get the picture in the newspaper or some of the attention. Folks don't travel the length of that road. Is there an area in particular that you found to be, most troubling or a main point of water entry into that roadway?
Well, just recently, there's one just before my lots, and that road was always pretty good. And now with some wave action coming through, because, like I say, the rock hasn't been pulled through, that section of road right there is starting to cut right out. Like it can be fixed right now and keep it, but if it's not, it's going to be impassable. The main section is down farther where the big section in between that you guys own, in between the two bunches of cottages. That's the one with all the pictures that Mary showed you. That has to be pulled up. What you don't realize is this fall, when we get our storms, you start getting 100-kilometer winds with no protection there. That point is going to take a beating. And not only that, you're filling in the marsh, the same marsh that you want to protect the turtles and the frogs and, you know, all our endangered species. Take a look there on the marsh side. You've filled in probably 100 feet right now full of gravel and logs. So unless something is done by this fall, the point's going to be in big trouble.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Randy? A mover and a seconder. Councillor Martin and Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? Okay. Anything else? I now invite Brad. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After hearing both deputations, I guess I would like to put a motion out and ask that staff bring details back to council next week. I look to staff, look to my colleagues next week, prior to breaking for the summer, on the status of rocks and M&R and permits and budget information and flooding, whatnot, and bring that back to us by Tuesday, July the 9th, please.
Councillor Micheli and then Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to second Councillor Martin's motion.
Councillor Van Passen?
Could I just ask the mover and seconder, are we making a motion to discuss things more, or are we making a motion on how to fix it? Like, it's been a long time. Are we going to fix it or not fix it? Just to get more information, but is the intent that we're actually going to do something before that one permit runs out?
The motion was intended to allow Mr. Godby to fill in the blanks on the information I didn't have, and at which point, if council decides they want to make a decision on where we're going with this next Tuesday, then I look forward to that conversation.
Okay. All those in favor for that motion? We also have to deal with the deputation from Mr. Long page here, but
Mr. Chairman,
get it. Sorry?
Just before we move on.
Okay.
There's a whole nother part to this equation about this road, Hastings. A lot of it's been surveyed by the Canada Wildlife Service, which is the neighboring property to the north. They own this big chunk of property there, whereby in some cases the road is on private property, and in other cases the people who are occupying a lot are actually on the roadway, and there's this whole legal issue too that complicates the matter. So I don't know if Mr. Godby's going to be bringing a part where we're going to be doing some road improvements on private property is going to be some of the issue that he's got to deal with. You've got a difficult task ahead of you.
Further?
Is it a question?
Amy Martin or Councillor Martin, you have you have something? I see your I thought
Sorry.
you wanted. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Invite Brad DePorter to the podium to speak to his deputation respecting road allowance purchase application.
Yeah. Good evening, councillors.
Go ahead.
I'll keep it short. My wife and I bought a property, or two properties on Gowrie Street in Port Dover, which is an unmaintained road that exists down there, as you'll see from the report. We're interested in buying a small piece of property that's between those two lots. Overall, the report's pretty self-explanatory, and I think they're going to go over that with you in a little bit. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about some things maybe that aren't in the report. That the property in particular is actually zoned hazard land and agricultural. It really can't be built on or done anything with in the short term without going through another planning application of some sort. So we're interested in obviously acquiring that because it really becomes the front yard or whatever to the property that we're going to build on. And it will provide driveway access and other things from the road. When we originally were going to acquire the property, I guess our understanding of what it would cost for the property was a little up in the air. And one of the proposals that they're putting forward to you guys is that they want to go to market and see what market value is for this piece of property. I think the staff feel that it's a significant value simply because it's lakefront, which technically it's a road that gives you access to a lakefront property, but I don't really believe it's lakefront property because I own a lakefront property that's already there. A portion of this property will join that property, and a portion that will join another property that I have to the north side of the road. So that's a few things that I want you guys to consider when we look at this and look at the cost overall and when we give direction. Staff feels that the lots values will get increased greatly by acquiring this small piece of property, which is a 66-foot wide, if you really want an understanding of what it is. Just so you know, lot 1 on the lake is 0.71 acres today. When we put a portion of this land in, it'll become 0.79 acres, which is a small increase in size. And I think there's a good argument that'll tell you that although that will increase the property, whether it's 0.71 or 0.79 acres, people are not going to give you a significant amount of money more for that property. The one on the north side is very similar. It's 0.28 acres today, and it'll jump up to 0.32 acres. So again, I don't know that I necessarily would agree with that. I think I could certainly agree with the fact that this is a planned subdivision today, and even though it's not inside town limits, you could say this is a road allowance inside town limits, and that rate is probably acceptable overall. Again, I still have to go through and spend significant money if I ever want to do anything like build on this property, so we need to keep that into consideration. So the only other thing I'll mention is that I've spent a significant amount of money already on the road area and that area that's in there to bring it up to at least an acceptable standards. If anybody knows that area or been down that area a while ago, it was basically a goat path. If anybody goes down there now, we have an 18-foot wide gravel road that comes that 400 feet down Gowrie Street. So that was something I had agreed to a couple years ago to do, and I've done with getting the application to build down there. So I'd like that to be considered as part of the cost of what we're actually spending here too, as part of this land purchase. I think that's it. Short and sweet.
Questions? I guess there are none. Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Chair Dysons, and through you to Mr. Porter. I guess my question to you, sir, is just maybe providing an opportunity really to sort of describe your intention with the property and what you envision maybe to ease some of the neighbors' concerns. We've had a few individuals that have expressed
Mrs. Murphy,
some reservations, and I want maybe to provide you an opportunity with what you foresee at the end of that road.
It's basically going to be a driveway, front lawn, and potentially maybe part of a septic system that would come over into that area if we can get planning approval to put a septic system there. I mean, right now we can't do that. So basically it's lawn and open area. It would still be able to have snow on it if we needed to put snow there. I think I know Kim's concerns about snow removal and parking. It is a 66-foot road allowance that goes all the way down the properties there, so there's lots of room on either side of an 18-foot road to be able to park the odd vehicle or push some snow. So I don't think that that's a concern at all. I know that was one she brought up. I don't intend on putting vehicles and other stuff in my front yard. I mean, if you go down there now, it's quite clean and it's quite organized. In fact, that area was very unmaintained for a long time before I built, and we had to clean it up and make it half decently nice and put some grass down even on parts of that area to make it really nice. So, but that's really...
Sorry, Councillor Hoffman and then Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Chairman Geisens. Through you to Mr. DePorter. I have a question. Who currently owns this land?
There's two properties. My wife and I jointly own the lakefront property.
Right.
And I own the north side of the road property.
Okay.
So technically they're two different owners, but they're not. They're, as far as the names on the deeds.
Okay, so this isn't land that anyone else can purchase?
Not right now, no. We built a house on the north lot already, and we're living there. It's our permanent residence. Okay. Eventually, we want to build on the lake. Will we keep the other property? There's a question of whether we keep it, rent it, do something with it, or eventually we sell it. But right now, we own those properties, and we have no intentions on selling either of them.
Okay.
And I'm not buying the property to develop it and sell it and make money either. I'm buying it because we want to build our dream home on the lake, basically. So.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, you've got a home there now on the north lot, is it?
Yeah, it's north lot, the .28
Okay,
here.
so you mentioned that you'd need some room for a septic system. So would be for another dwelling?
It would be on the south lot, which is the
On the
lake.
south lot.
And we don't necessarily need that. I mean, we can build on that lot. We have a permission to do that through the planning, we went through a planning act. It's just the reality of what size of house you can build versus if we had a little more space for septic, then we can build a little bigger house. If we can't, we have to build a little smaller house.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Further? Thank you very much. There doesn't seem, thank you. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive the deputation for information? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Rabbits, all those in favor? That is carried. I think my watch says about 6:45, and I think we are going to take the staff report. There is one? Oh, we moved up? Okay. Where is it? Okay, well, I'll find it. Excuse me. Give me a minute to find it. Which one was that again? Closed session, we were here. Okay. You want to deal with that one? Okay. Staff report ECS 1923. Proposed closure and sale of part of Gallery Street between Lot 1 and 10, Plan 288 Wood House. And Shelley, I guess you have the, over there, sorry, that way, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bradley and Cheryl DePorter are the current owners of lots 1 and 10, Plan 288 Wood House. Mr. and Mrs. DePorter have submitted a request to purchase the unopened and unmaintained portion of Gallery Street, lying between lots 1 and 10, as shown on the map attached to your report. Mr. DePorter has requested that the portion of Gallery Street lying between lots 1 and 10 be split to allow merger of each portion of the street with the adjacent lots. Mr. DePorter has requested that a 1/3 or northerly 22 feet of the portion of Gallery Street be merged with Lot 10, and a 2/3 or 44 southerly foot portion of Gallery Street be merged with Lot 1. Mr. DePorter has advised that he will be seeking to enlarge the building footprint of Lot 1 into the portion of the road allowance. Planning has advised, and Mr. DePorter acknowledges, that he will require further planning approvals to do this. Staff have set out the current valuation options in the report for Council's consideration, with staff's recommendation for an appraisal of the property due to its proximity to Lake Erie and the significant values that will be associated with lots 1 and 10 once the acquisition takes place. Staff, by correspondence on February 5th, 2019, did inform the abutting property owners in the area of the road closure request of Mr. and Mrs. DePorter. Staff did receive an email response from Ms. Kim Murphy, the property owner immediately adjacent to the east of Lot 10. Ms. Murphy's email is attached to this report for Council's consideration. Council and staff did also receive a further email today from Mr. Dave Blake expressing concerns with the road closure request. And Council did have access to that email. Mr. Robert Blake did also receive correspondence from staff February 5th. And with that, staff will take any questions from Council.
So Roberts.
Thank you, Chair Geisens, and through you to Lydia. I wanted to know if staff's position of the recommendation before us here has been modified through the correspondence with the Blakes, or if you're still of the opinion that you would like to recommend what's presented to us on page 61. The report is ECS 19-23, but I was wondering if through your consultation with the Blakes, if that's modified any of the asks, or if you're seeking the same thing that is contained within our report.
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, I only received the email this morning from Mr. Blake, as everybody else did. So there has been no further consultation with Mr. Blake. The recommendations in the report are the recommendations that were put there when the report was written initially. The recommendation for an appraisal, and we would go from there.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Chair Geisens. Through you to staff, to Lydia. Given the fact that we've just received this information today, Lydia, would obviously this, would you say, if I could just ask you to comment, would you say that knowing now that we may also, in this context, have a potential bidder for the same piece of property, would you say that that would substantially change your recommendation?
Through the chair to Councillor Michele, I know that the email received from Mr. Blake referred to wanting to also be a bidder for the property, and we could not close the section of Gallery Street and sell it to Mr. Blake, because we would be then restricting access of Mr. DePorter to his lots. Certainly, if council wants staff to have a dialogue and conversation with Mr. Blake, you could tonight consider deferring this report until that has taken place, and to see what we can, what more information we can bring back.
Councillor Cousins.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Lydia. And I would put that forward as a consideration for council to defer this until we have that additional information. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd take this one step further. Is this why Norfolk County always has the problems down the road? Because we don't look to the future? You do not close off the end of a road when there's potential in the next 10, 20 years. Dover will expand that way. There's that road, the end of that road, 600 feet from the blue line. Does it take a real genius to envision in the future that Gallery Street is going to get pushed out to the Blue Line Road? There's going to be houses on that whole block. There's about 35 acres there yet. That's all the part of things that make sense when you look to the future. You don't close the end of that road just because somebody wants a nicer front lawn and ruin all the future development plans for that whole block. That just makes no sense to me. Yeah, we got a thing from Mr. Blake today that, they're willing to buy that, because if it's going to be declared surplus, that's access to their property. That's where their hydro line comes through. That's where the gas lines are. If we close it up, does that mean they don't have to get a hydro service anymore because there's no easement across it as yet? I would move that this whole issue be received as information and no further action be taken, and think to the future. Don't always think of the past. Mr. DePorter bought this property. He knew what he was getting. He knew exactly all the conditions that were put on. I remember reading the discussion this council had at the time about allowing for a building permit and all the special conditions that were put on there, and now they're going to come back and say, well, now we want something else. I would move that this be received as information, no further action to be taken.
Deferral, is that what you're talking about?
No, I receive it, be done with it. And we're not going to close this road because the future holds a lot of potential as long as we don't close it.
Councillor Michele, I believe you had something different?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in light of Councillor Van Passen's additional insight, I would remove my suggestion for deferral and support him and second to that if that's the motion.
Van Passen and Michele. All those in favor? That is carried. That's it. We're going to take a break for about, 20 minutes? Or do you want a half an hour? Let's do 20 minutes, because that'll be 30 minutes.
On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, bound to be back for more. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and